Do I have to appoint him?
Madam Chair is in charge.
Okay. I'll now call to order this meeting, this work session of the Moore County Board of Education. It is Tuesday, September 7th at 1:30 p.m. I'll note that Ms. Caldwell is running late and is not with us, but otherwise the board is accounted for, along with Dr. Grimacy and Board Clerk, Ms. Potter. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Madam Chair, I'd like to amend the agenda for just a brief discussion, very brief, on masking and COVID. So I move to amend the agenda to include that.
I believe that's going to be included in the school opening report. Am I correct? Yes.
Yes, sir.
If so, then I'll withdraw it.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Yeah, just for the board's information, for the public's information, there'll be multiple slides on our experience with COVID-19 management under item 3, excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank. 3B. Mhm, 3B. That'll be where, any questions you have, Mr. Levy, be a great time to bring it up there. You'll have multiple slides there that you can respond to.
And is that adequate?
Yes, so that takes care of it.
All right, the motion has been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0. Would you now join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And I'll now ask Vice Chair Thompson to lead us in a moment of silence.
Everyone, please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you.
All right, at this time, we are ready to move into pending action items. 2A, the proposal to seek feedback on the administration of student surveys. Dr.
Yes,
Grimacy.
ma'am, I'll invite Dr. Locklear to come forward.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members. Myself and Dr. Powers are going to bring to you this afternoon. This is something we do on a yearly basis where we bring to the board the surveys, student surveys that we are looking to administer throughout the school year. The first thing we do every year is we bring to you for your endorsement our opportunity to put this out to the community, to get their feedback, questions, and then the next month we bring back to you the community parent feedback, questions that we got, and how we are going to try to respond to those. The questions for each of these surveys are the same questions that we've used in previous years. Both the surveys are voluntary, and we had some discussions with you in previous meetings around the opportunity for parent opt-out, and Dr. Powers is going to talk a little bit more in detail about that, but we will have a parent opt-out option where all a parent will have to do is put in writing that they would like to opt out of taking either of these surveys, and then the principal will put processes in place at the school to make sure the student doesn't have to take those surveys. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Powers to walk through some key points here. And again, we're seeking your opportunity to endorse us to put this out to the community. That's what we're seeking today.
Dr.
Yeah.
Locklear, excuse me, before we start, you mentioned that parents would have to have it in writing. Is there any way that we can pre-populate a form where all they have to do is fill in and then sign?
Well, basically, all we're asking them to do, they can send an email, they can drop off a letter to the front office. It wasn't in our plans to have to come up with any kind of form or anything of that nature. It's as simply as shooting an email to the principal and saying, we do not want our child to take this survey.
Right. Well, I mean, you know, you can appreciate that not every parent has access to computer or email. And I just think it would be nice to have something at least and put it on the website where they can just download it, print it off or whatever.
But that does require a computer and access
Well,
too.
yeah, but I mean,
That
just think
doesn't-
outside of the box and just try to come up to make it easier for parents to opt out.
Well, our thought is that the easiest way is to allow them to use anything. As long as they put it in writing, they could write it on a piece of notebook paper and send it to the principal. And that would be even easier than trying to access the Moore County Schools form to fill it out.
Okay, is there any way that we can put it on our website for parents to know who to contact to opt out, or just simply saying that
Yeah,
they can
in the-
opt out?
Give them a moment, they'll tell you how they're doing that if you've looked
Yes,
at
sir.
that.
We're gonna make sure it's clear. It'll be on, you know, it'll be on phone call system. It'll be on all the systems that we use to communicate. We'll put it out as part of the communication on website for those who access it that way. So we'll try to hit it in multiple venues, if you will, to make sure we're hitting as much of our parent population as possible. But Seth's gonna talk a little bit more about that.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so when we talk about student surveys, as Dr. Locklear had said, you know, this is something that we've done for the past, I believe it's 4 years now, and every year we've come to the board and asked for your permission to share this information with our parents and community and allow them to give us feedback related to their feelings related to the surveys, which again we have done for every year for the past 4 years and now seeking to do that again this year. I do think it's important that we take just a moment to discuss why these student surveys are important. Obviously, they give students voice. You know, we want to listen to our students. You know, we feel like they certainly have valuable information to share with us related to their feelings, concerns, positive attributes that they feel like their schools bring forward. So we want to give that opportunity for our students. These surveys also serve as a documented form of a needs assessment required in securing grant funding. And just as an example, over the past 3 years, survey data has supported school safety grant funding for staff resources for resiliency training, contracted mental health services, safety equipment, and 4 of our SRO positions in an amount of over $500,000. And the data that we gained from our surveys were very important in submitting those grant requests and securing those grant requests. In addition, the data also allows teachers and specialized instructional support staff to work with students with similar needs in small groups to offer support. Schools can also utilize the data in school improvement planning to inform areas in which schools can continuously improve in relation to climate and culture and social emotional health and well-being as well. So those are just some thoughts around why these surveys are important. So we are proposing 2 surveys this year. The Social Emotional Learning Survey. This is a research, and just to give you some information around each one, we'll start with this one. This is a research-based survey developed by Panorama Education as a tool for gathering targeted student feedback related to students' mindset, skills, attitudes, and feelings. And SEL competencies help students to succeed in school, career, and life. So there are 36 elementary questions and 40 secondary questions as a part of the SEL survey. The questions came from the Panorama Education Question Bank and were selected related to the specific needs and concerns of Moore County schools. The question categories included are SEL skills and competencies. These include grit, growth mindset, and social awareness. And then there's a second category called student supports and environment that includes school safety, sense of belonging, teacher-student relationships, and engagement. So the implementation of the surveys, how would that work? We would propose a delivery window of sometime in the October-November timeframe of this year. We propose that would be delivered online through the Panorama Education Survey platform. It would be provided, made available to all students in grades 3 through 12. Participation in the survey is voluntary. The student supports and environment categories are also anonymous. And just to clarify that, So the parts that are anonymous are those related to, from the previous slide, our school safety, sense of belonging, teacher-student relationships, and engagement. Obviously, those would need to be anonymous so that students could share their, how they truly feel about those areas with no worries of any kind of repercussions. The SEL competencies are not anonymous, and those are grit, growth mindset, and social awareness. And these are not anonymous because it allows school staff to identify students who need additional support related to these particular competencies in order to put strategies in place to help these students build these skills, just like would be the case in an academic subject. So again, parents may choose to opt their child out if they would wish to for the SEL survey. I do want to point out, because there are no questions in the SEL survey or the school climate and culture survey for that matter of a personal nature that meet the criteria for protected information, a parent opt-out option is not required. However, the district, we certainly plan to allow any parent who wishes to opt their child out from taking either or both surveys to do so if they choose. They may opt their child out by sending their request in writing to the school principal. And then the students may also, again, it's voluntary, so students may choose not to take the survey if they wish to, and there would be no repercussions for the student.
And Dr. Powers, on the day of the survey, if the child says, my mom or my dad said I shouldn't take this, then that would be the same as the child opting out on their own.
Correct. And in that sense, they would sit and not take the survey. They would be in the classroom as the survey was given because they were not opted out, but they would not be required to take the survey. They would just sit, put their head down.
And if the child said, mom or dad said I shouldn't, it would be immaterial whether the parent sent anything in writing in or not.
Correct.
The child would not take the survey.
Correct. The child could simply say, I don't want to take the survey, and then just sit and not take the survey, and that would be fine as well.
But just to be clear, we don't want people to be confused by the fact that we're encouraging them to let us know ahead of time for the purpose of organizing the event ahead of time. But on the day of, if the parent simply tells the child to tell the teacher, that is adequate.
That is absolutely adequate, and it has been that way for the past, for every survey administration that we've done. They've always been voluntary, and we will continue to be.
I just have one comment. I'd like to be sure all the teachers understand this. I think we've had some instances a couple of years ago where the teachers didn't understand.
And thank you, Mr. Dennison, and we'll make clear to principals to inform teachers again of the fact that it is voluntary. Okay, the climate and culture survey. Just to provide a little bit of information around it. It was developed by Moore County Schools in collaboration with our board attorneys as a tool for gathering targeted student feedback related to school climate and culture on an annual basis. There are 37 questions that come from a Moore County Schools 2013-14 administration of an Office for Civil Rights survey. The question categories include demographic information, equity, school climate, and school rigorous expectations. So a little more information on what the proposed implementation plan would be. The administration window will be proposed to be in late April, early May of 2022. The delivery method would be again online through the Panorama Education Survey platform. Participating students would be available to all 7th, 9th, and 11th grade students. Again, participation in this survey is anonymous and voluntary, and the entire survey is anonymous and voluntary, obviously. And then, again, parents may choose to opt their child out through the same process that we've described. So that would just be anything in writing to the school principal, whether it be an email, whether it be just a note on a piece of paper, would allow parents to opt their children out. So, just to share some information with you about how we would plan to seek community feedback related to these surveys, a link would be placed on the Moore County Schools webpage. That would include a survey overview, the survey questions, and a parent feedback portal where parents could provide their thoughts related to the surveys. School messenger communicate phone messages would be delivered to parents informing them of how to access this survey information online. For parents who may not have access online, hard copies of the survey questions would be available in school offices. Parents may, in addition to the online parent portal, feedback may be provided directly to school principals or the Office for Student Support Services. And then what we would do, as we've done in years past, we would compile that feedback and then bring that back to the board at your October 4th work session, where we would share that with you and let that help to inform your decision on whether to allow the surveys or not. So with that, I'll open it up for any discussion or questions.
All right, so time for question and comments. Please remember that the decision we'll be making next week is simply to open the parent portal to allow for parent feedback at this time. As a grandparent, I know I have looked very carefully at all the questions, and I find none of them offensive in any way. They are not truly seeking individual information so much as good responses or clear responses on exactly how students feel about school. And coming back to school as we ran school last year in a rather unique fashion with students in and out of the classroom and remote and partially remote and partially in, it's time to see just how that has affected them. So I think the SEL survey this year is more important than it has ever possibly been, because it will give us a chance to examine how our students are feeling and to realign our supports for them if need be. It allows us to create support, obviously, but kids that never seem to need any help, the model students, may be the ones that really are needing help this time. So these questions are much more important than they've ever been.
I have a question. Last year, what did you learn from the surveys? What was probably one of the top 3 complaints that you got, or where can we improve?
In terms of
Students.
I'm sorry, in terms of parent feedback related to the surveys?
no.
I'm sorry.
I'm just talking about what, from the surveys that you gathered last year, what did you learn from those surveys?
Yeah.
What was the biggest thing that you learned from the surveys?
Related to SEL, and I'm trying to think back on this, and we will be providing a report to the board on this coming up as a part of our strategic plan review related to Domain 2.
Did we give the survey last year, or was it the year before last?
We did provide it last year.
I
We
think
did
the
not.
report I saw was a couple of years ago.
Yeah, we did.
I'm wondering what, what the big thing was, and what are we doing to correct that?
Yeah,
If
and
we're
and
not-
we'll absolutely be sharing that with you, and I apologize that I'm
It's
not
fine.
more up
Another
to
question,
providing
Well,
that
I can
report at
give
this
you-
time.
I can give you one example from a school perspective of a school getting data back from the kids saying that it doesn't feel like a welcoming environment, for example. They don't feel like they've got as positive relationships with the staff as they could. And then the school improvement team looking at those results and say, okay, what can we do? What specific strategies can we take to try to make sure we're all learning from that and creating better relationships with our students? So we raise that percentage from 62% feeling like they have a good relationship with teachers at school to 75%. So they set a SMART goal around that. So that's one example. I can just think from looking at some things already.
was
this year.
it better the year prior? Some of the same things, that's what I'm getting at. Like, if you see one complaint, okay, next year, is it the same complaint? Or
It
is
may be. Maybe what they tried didn't work. And
Yeah.
that's part of what they
Gonna
do.
vary from school to school.
And it varies from school to school, and we look at it from the district level, but we challenge our schools, and they do. They look at it from the school level. And some of this information, they can get reported out by teacher. Teacher can see how they're doing, and they can reflect on their own practice as well.
Is there a percentage of students that must take the survey in order for us to receive the grant money?
Well, I think good survey taking will tell you we always shoot for 40%. we always shoot for 40% feedback.
Say if you get, say, 10 students out of the whole, I mean, it's not gonna happen, but if you got 10 students, would you still get that grant money? In other words?
Might be, yeah, it depends
Yeah.
on how,
Well, yeah, I
what
don't think
questions
it
they
would-
ask.
Yeah, I doubt that that would be, 10 students would be enough. to
Well, I'm just
support
saying, you
that.
know,
But,
yeah.
there is a point, I guess, when, if you don't if there's not enough, is it really valid and reliable data?
I was just wondering if this whole thing was driven towards, making sure everybody took it.
I can, now that I've had a second to reflect here, another key piece that we have gained from the SEL portion over the last couple of years, that has helped us to see that one particular model that we're using in our district does appear to be working and is worthwhile, is in the teacher-student relationships piece. That's one of the student supports and environment pieces from the SEL survey, where we've seen that our schools who have implemented Capturing Kids' Hearts have seen steady and significant increases in teachers' positive student-teacher relationships in those schools. And I believe I think I've shared that in a.
No, that is a very good example of how a program could be evaluated based on that data. And I think also, so that we don't overstate it, Mr. Holmes, I don't know that a grant funder necessarily says that there's a specific percentage of participation in a survey that is tied directly to whether or not you get the funding. What they do expect is that you show how you're going to evaluate what you're doing. And so you've got a couple of outcomes. One is, let's just say you're targeting actual student behaviors that you can measure by virtue of discipline referrals, okay? That's easy. It's quantitative. It's already there. You got a system for that. But in terms of being able to measure how students perceive the actions of the staff and the degree to which those things may or may not help those discipline outcomes, that's where surveys come in. And so your funders, be they government or private, are going to look for some way that you're making an effort to evaluate your effort, your strategies, and that's where surveys come in. So they're looking for that. I don't, in all my years of pursuing grants, I don't know that I ever came across a funder who specified a certain level of participation. You just want to make sure that you're exercising good practice when it comes to surveys, and that's what Dr. Locklear was referring to. But it's a great question, and there'll be a lot of information forthcoming when you have the presentations by the school improvement teams next month, and then the following month when the senior staff reports out on the strategic plan, you're going to get a much deeper dive on that. You'll be able to judge for yourself.
Okay. Mr. Dennison?
Yeah, Philip, in that regard, for anyone, as a matter of fact, look at the board meeting for September the 4th, 2018. This is where they have copies of the previous reports. It'll give you a good idea of what's going on. September the 4th, 2018, and November the 4th, 2019. Both of them were reports that were given on the surveys, and they'll give you an excellent idea of what they are. And I just wanted to mention, I didn't want the parents and public to get bent out of shape because we're using some questions from Panorama. These are the questions that we selected, not the ones, because you'll notice the page numbers are even different. And if people are really concerned about that, instead of complaining about Panorama, please read the questions, and on your response, let us know exactly what questions you feel are inappropriate, because I don't think you'll find any. Thanks.
Which survey questions are not anonymous? I was a little confused on that, because I see two different sets of survey questions here in the presentation.
It's the supports and environment questions.
Okay, now that is where?
Support and environment.
Okay, so the supports and environment categories include school safety, sense of belonging, teacher-student relationships.
Okay, which
engagement.
survey, like, let me give you an example of what I'm talking about.
It's in the Panorama. Says student competent. It says the top of the page says student competence. Then it goes to grit, and then it goes to growth mindset, then it goes social
Here
awareness.
it is, Bob, it's on page, this is part of, this is what's on board.
And then on the, I think it's the 5th page, it says 21 at the bottom though, it starts student supports and environment. And you'll see it says student-teacher relationships.
My concern, so you're gonna be testing kids on their student-teacher or surveying them on their student-teacher relationships, and they're not gonna be anonymous?
They
when
are
say-
anonymous. Those are the ones that are anonymous.
Okay, which are not anonymous?
Okay, the
That's what I'm getting at.
grit, growth mindset, and social awareness.
Just where, can I
Yeah,
see?
here, I'll let you.
I appreciate it.
And the definition for each of those terms is also at the top of the page. So when you get to grit, for example, on page 8, how well students are able to persevere through setbacks to achieve important long-term goals. So as teacher, I'd like to know how my students perceive themselves as their ability to struggle through difficult concepts, growth mindsets. To what extent do they believe they have the potential to change those factors that are central to their performance in school?
And when you find that a child needs help or something like that, because this is not anonymous, are you using the resources of Panorama to put them in a seminar with regard to that?
No.
Not in a seminar. No, they're not put in with the teacher would then work with those students. The counselor may work with those students in small groups. If we know that there are 5 students who
wanna
have
know-
similar needs, then they would work with those students to address those needs and help to grow them in that area, just like you would grow them if they were needed additional support for a particular competency in math.
Well, what I'm getting at is, are you using the Panorama programs as part of that? I'm not talking about the survey. I'm talking about the Panorama programs on social emotional learning as part of that.
In other words, if they have a program for a specific problem that we have that you use.
I don't want to, when you say program, we're not going to be assigning students to be a part of anything that Panorama does. The staff has access to what you may recall we talked about, Panorama's playbook, that gives the staff ideas for strategies that they can use with the students in their classroom to help them develop more grit. But it wouldn't be anything that the students were signed up for through Panorama.
Okay, so you're using Panorama, so
variety of other
teachers can use Panorama to, see, my real concern about this is what we're doing is we're giving psychological treatment to a child through our school system. And that disturbs me just beyond being disturbed. Because,
Can you explain that just a little bit
Yeah,
more? Because
sure.
I'm not following what you mean by
Sure.
that.
trained psychologists,
Hold on a second. Your mic's not on.
is it not on? Okay. Is that better? Trained psychologists give children psychological help. And I get that. That's important if a child needs to be referred to that. My concern is, especially as I've read some literature on this, is that programs like what Panorama puts out are psychological programs aimed toward children, trying to change their mindset psychologically, and they're being done by amateurs. In other words, the school system, and it's wonderful teachers and wonderful staff and the like, but they're not psychologists. And that concerns me. It concerns me a lot. And I think the so-called social emotional learning is not really learning. I think it's trying to change the emotions and social structure of children. And that is something that I'm not in favor of schools doing. I'm in favor of referring children when they need them to professionals and psychologists and the like. But I'm very, very concerned about this. I'll just say that.
Well, maybe a good question might be, how are our psychologists involved in training the teachers on how to handle the various problems that come up?
I would have to disagree and say that this is not any kind of psychological analysis or providing any kind of psychological services that a licensed psychologist would need to do. I mean, again, as Dr. Grimsey pointed out, and if you look at the definitions of what these are, grit, I wouldn't say that we are trying to shape children psychologically when we're trying to help them to persevere through setbacks and help them to achieve long-term goals.
When we're trying to, it's a wonderful thing to help children when they have setbacks. But some of their emotional setbacks and the like are exactly what psychologists do. And I'm really interested in what Mr. Dennison said. Do we have psychologists helping to train our teachers? Is that what we do?
Our psychologists can help support some of these students when there is a need. For example, if you do have a small group of students who may need support, it might be the psychologist who goes in and works with those students and helps them. But that may not always be the case.
I understand that. And so what we're doing is we're giving psychological services through the school system. And it is just going down. We're educators, in my opinion. And I understand that children may need psychological services to help them be educated, but we're not the local medical clinic to do that. And that's, you know, when you guys would tell me that we need more psychologists in the schools and the like because they need to be able to give these tests, and only psychologists can give these tests. And I understand that, but we're going a step farther, and we're trying to change the psychological mindset of a child. That, in my opinion, is dangerous.
Okay, if I could, please, Madam Chair.
Now, I'm sorry to Ms. Caldwell. If Ms. Caldwell thinks that changing the psychological perspective of a child using amateurs and not using psychologists to do so is funny. I consider this, excuse me, Ms. Caldwell, you laughed. You laughed.
I was laughing because she was speaking and I was speaking at the same time, sir. It had nothing to do with you.
Okay,
We were
well,
speaking together and I laughed because we spoke together, that's all. It had nothing to do with what you were saying.
In my permission from the chair to speak up at this moment has to do with staff's response. Staff is continuing to respond down the path of the extremely rare exception where there could be any relationship with a psychologist. If we just pause for a minute, the survey itself is on the agenda right now, is available for everybody to see. I just happen to have a copy in front of me. And if I'm a third, fourth, or fifth grade teacher, and I've been in thousands of classroom environments over the years, literally, it's got to be, it has to be. And I see teachers every year doing exactly what parents want them to do. That is to support the development of goals, setting goals, coming up with strategies to accomplish those goals, and what are the questions under grit? How often do you stay focused on the same goal for several months at a time? If you fail to reach an important goal, how likely are you to try again? When you're working on a project that matters to you, how focused can you stay when there are a lot of distractions? If you have a problem while working towards an important goal, how well can you keep working? And that's it. It stops there. So as a teacher, when I'm working with students on developing a goal, there's going to be a lot of third, fourth, and fifth graders that are basically going to say, well, whatever, I don't know. But I think when I sit down with the parent of that child on parent conference night if there's a pattern that emerges from these questions, it gives the parent and I some interesting conversation. So I don't think our teachers are thinking about psychologists when they get these responses from students. They're actually thinking about, is there some easy way where when I interact with this child, I might be able to help them? Is there any evidence that there's anything here that I can use? And if there is, how might I use it to help the child develop goals and plans to achieve those goals? It's, for the teacher at that level, that's the vast majority of activity that occurs with these things. So the conversation we've had already gets us down to the, I don't know what percentage, but it's got to be single digits percent that there could be some sort of problem. This survey really doesn't get into those kinds of questions. This is just simply a matter for the teacher to kind of get a sense of what their children's sense of their own perseverance, their own abilities, how they perceive themselves, and what I can do in classroom to make sure that they stay focused on their academic learning. So I think that, I just want to make sure we put some guardrails on the conversation, because this really is more about tools that our teachers have, not to be psychologists for our students, but to be better teachers.
And I certainly want them to be better teachers. My concern is actually not the survey itself so much as what we do about the survey, because portions of the survey are not anonymous. And maybe that will lead into my second question. Where are the results of these surveys sent to Panorama?
They house our survey data, and we have agreements that are approved by our attorneys with that.
Okay, so is the non-anonymous data sent to Panorama?
Yes, they house our survey data. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
so Panorama, this big company, is going to have the information on Johnny Jones, the student. Of course, that's a fictitious name, of course. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. They house our survey data. Yes, sir.
That's a good reason for me to vote against and to be against these non-anonymous surveys, because I do not believe that we have the right, or should we ever, send information about our children to any company whatsoever. Now, anonymous surveys, that we're just sending big chunks of data. 50% say they hate their teachers. 25% say they love their teacher, whatever it is. I get that. The non-anonymous stuff, That's my opinion.
Okay.
Ms. Thompson, did you have a comment, question?
My comment was similar to what Dr. Grimsey mentioned with regard to the actual questions that he read through. Just basically questions that the teacher will have a sense to be able to provide students, and really not getting into the psychological component. And of course, he read those questions off, so that was going to be my point.
Mr. Hensley, do you have a comment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have two comments to help make this better. One is on the cultural and climate survey, questions 14 and 27. Actually, the subject of them doesn't matter. Here's what matters. You're asking students, do you want more training on something? But you're not saying at the expense of. So everybody always wants more of something until they understand the cost. So for example, one of the questions, and I'm paraphrasing, says something like, do you feel like you need more training against bullying? Well, everyone's going to say, yes, I need more training. But what the question really needs to say, because there's a finite number of training hours in a year, it needs to say, do you feel like you would need more bullying training in lieu of mathematical training or reading education? Because if you ask somebody, do you want more of something, they're going to say yes. But what those questions don't say is, at what cost? So I would suggest that if you're going to ask, do you want more of something, then it needs to be a compound question or a compound sentence, because to get more anti-bullying training, they're going to have to give something up, whether it's physical education or art or math or something else. So that's one concern. And those are just, I think those are the only two questions that are that way. There might be more. My other issue is, and again, this goes along the cultural and climate survey, is we as a board have to guard against inappropriate relationships between faculty and staff and students. And, you know, we unfortunately, Moore County Schools has had everything from the horrible incident at Pinecrest several years ago. And even this calendar year, you know, we've had some minor incidents. And I think that one thing that they probably all have in common is the student body became aware of it before the central office became aware of it. So, assuming that we're going to move ahead with the cultural and climate survey, I would like to see questions along the line of, are you aware of, or have you ever seen an inappropriate relationship between a student and faculty and staff? And I didn't see any questions like that in this survey. And I would like to see that, because these surveys should be canaries in the coal mines. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mr.
I-
Dennison.
I'd just like to make a point on the question about do you have more? It's not a yes or no answer. The potential answers are strongly agree, agree, disagree, and strongly disagree.
Are there other questions?
I would-
What Dr. Bob was gonna say.
I would just hope that we would consider at least I intend to propose at our business meeting, that we either not allow non-confidential information to be taken from students, or non-anonymous information to be taken from students, or that we not provide any student information or student identity, including student identification numbers, and anything that would identify a student, to Panorama or to any other corporation.
All right. Next week, what we will be voting on is just the establishment of a parent portal for parents to log in and give comments about this. We won't actually be voting on the surveys or the administration of the surveys at that point. Correct. All right, any further questions?
Next
All
item.
right, let's move on to item 2B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For items B and C, we'll put Mr. Barath in the hot seat. Thank you, Dr. Powers and Dr. Locklear.
Okay. Chair Carter, Dr. Grimsey, board members, good afternoon. The first of the items is a disposal of the old Aberdeen Elementary School property. You'll recall that during the May 10th regular business meeting, the board approved a series of intended actions to be taken regarding the town of Aberdeen and its expressed interest in the old Aberdeen Elementary School and the purchasing of it. They submitted a couple letters to the board regarding their intentions. The most noteworthy was a second letter where it stated that the town would not be prepared to submit a formal offer until July of 2021 at the earliest, and requested a 6-month due diligence period for them to explore the opportunity. During your May business meeting is when you approved the suspension of the active engagement of the broker to solicit offers for the property, allowing the town of Aberdeen to put together an offer to submit for the purchase of the site on August 20th of 2021. This was reiterated in a letter by Chair Carter to the town manager, Mr. Sabiston, on May 18th. The letter is attached for reference to the summary. The intent of this was to allow both boards time to negotiate a final price and to have a final purchase agreement for consideration at their November meetings. This achieved the goal that the town expressed of having a 6-month due diligence period overall. In that time between May and August, I had reached out to Mr. Savenston multiple times to inquire if the town required any additional information as they are assembling their offer and investigation, and also to remind them of the deadline coming. As of the August 20th deadline, we did not receive a formal offer by the town. Following the deadline, I reached back out to the town to inquire if they were still interested in the property or what happened. Mr. Savenston responded that the town commissioners in the meeting had authorized the mayor and himself to enter into negotiations with the Board of Education and bring back an offer to which the town may consider. Chair Carter, myself, and legal counsel, all of us speaking with various representatives of the town, reiterated that we had specifically had orders and direction that we were suspending the sale of the site in order for them to provide a formal offer by August 20th, and that we did not have any authority to alter this condition or to offer a change to the deadline. Therefore, at this time, I do not have an offer to present to the board regarding the town's interest in the property. Just again, to remind the board and the public that as was done with the sale of Southern Pines Elementary School to Moore Montessori, the board is permitted, but you're not required, to negotiate directly with other governing entities, such as a municipality, and that through this competitive process can be, and not through, sorry, a competitive process, so long as any eventual sale of the property represents fair market value. So at this time, staff is seeking direction from the board as to a preference to either A, extend the expired deadline for the town to submit a formal purchase offer, or B, to resume the upset bid process as authorized in the February 10th, 2020 resolution. And so should the board choose to proceed with the upset bid process, the town will still have the same rights to bid on the property as any other entity or organization. So at this time, I'm available to respond to
And
any questions.
if I
that
could
you have.
elaborate, John, just on your last point, Madam Chair, with your permission. If the board's desire is to simply extend the deadline, we would appreciate some feedback from you all as to if you're comfortable with us conducting negotiations without an offer. If you're comfortable with that, we can simply go back to Mr. Saveston and say, let's sit down and talk. But we really felt as though our previous experience with the Land Trust and with Montessori School was that there was an offer that sort of opened the door for negotiations. And in this case, the town seemed to have an interest in a different approach. And so it could be a simple matter of you all extending the deadline and just clarifying the mandate that the staff and board representatives have in discussing with them. Or, you know, as Mr. Barath indicated, you might want to just proceed with the upset bid process. We don't bring a recommendation to you today. We just would like some updated direction at this point. Madam Chair.
And Mr. Baraff, remind us of what that fair market valued dollar amount was.
Approximately $1.3 million.
That's what I thought.
That was that was the appraised value. There's a difference between the appraised value and fair market value, Ms. Thompson.
Okay.
You as a board decide.
Yeah,
You
okay.
all will conclude on what fair market value is. What we do is report to you the appraised value and what previous offers were when the upset bid process was open. We can report on that for you.
So 1.3 appraised.
Yes, that is the appraised value.
Thank you.
Mr. Dennison?
Yeah, I had some questions. So we would want the value of the land however we determine it, even if we negotiate with the town, correct? I mean, we wouldn't negotiate a lower price than the property was worth.
That would be the decision of the board, but that would be a
that-
stance that we would
okay.
take in our approach.
So if we do decide to negotiate with them, I think we should give them a firm date that they have to make a decision. We can't keep playing these games around. And if we go, my concern is if we go the upset bid price, then when people bid on it, they have to be rezoned and stuff like that. The Aberdeen may be hard-nosed about it. So I'm not sure, but I would probably, my feeling would probably be to negotiate with them, but have a firm date. And if they don't meet it by that time, then go the upset bid process. But we may be hurt there because if the rezoning has to be done, the village, Aberdeen can stop that.
Mr. Brath, was the town of Aberdeen aware of the August 20th deadline?
Yes, they were on numerous occasions.
Okay, so, and after the 21st till now, have you talked to them at all?
Yes, I did. The 20th was a Friday.
Uh-huh.
And so the following Monday, the 23rd, I reached back out to Mr. Sabiston at the town to ask what happened. Did you lose interest? Are you still interested? And that's when they expressed that, yes, we're interested and we have permission from our town commissioners to negotiate.
But not permission to make an offer.
Correct. Which was the direction provided by this board, was to come back with an offer from them.
I echo Mr. Dennison's. I mean, if we're gonna do that, we need to give them a hard date and say, look, you need to stick to this or we're gonna open it up. So, yeah, I agree.
Of course, we have given a hard date already, which was August 20th.
Yes.
And Mr. Farrell, Mayor Farrell called me that same week that you talked to Mr. Sabiston to say that, yes, they were still interested in it. Could a couple of them get together with a couple of us and maybe talk about prices? But that was not, because that was not the instruction of the board to me. I told him I had no authority to represent the board in that matter to negotiate a price, because your directive had been that by August 20th, if they wanted to make an offer, they would come back with their firm price. Okay, so at this point, Mr. Sabiston has said, well, it would take an emergency meeting of their town council in order to do that on a timely basis, but I believe they're in an emergency meeting today. Over something else, so,
We should call them.
they know what's going on. Mr. Levy?
Yeah, I think that there was already a date, and that date was August 20th, and I think they're shoving us around just like my feeling is, they shoved us around on the traffic policemen over at Aberdeen Elementary, and I think we have to be firm. I personally, I think we ought to put this up for sale, but I think we ought to put it up for sale with a broker. And I think we ought to also put it up for sale with a broker who's going to offer a commission to the selling broker, and as well as the buying broker. Because apparently, now correct me if I'm wrong, we had this special deal where the opposite broker didn't get any money. Am I correct?
Where the broker representing the
The
buyer,
buyer didn't get any money. Am I correct?
not from the sale of the property directly paid.
Right. So I think this disincentivizes the sale. I think we need to sell it just like we sell any other piece of property. And the city of Aberdeen, bless them, let them come out and bid on the property or give us an offer on the property. I just think that with regard to all these properties, if we're not going to keep it, mind you, it was always my belief that I thought we ought to keep it. I'll just remind you of that. But if we're not going to keep it, I just see weeds growing there and us constantly meeting on these issues where we ought to be talking about the education of the children. And so just my point of view is we ought to put it up for sale with a broker in a traditional manner. In other words, let a broker advertise it, let them split a commission. However, brokers generally sell commercial property. It's just my feeling.
Mr. Hensel? Oh, sorry.
Madam Chair, I agree with Mr. Holmes. I think that we need to be firm and possibly give Aberdeen Mayor, Town Council, like we did before, I believe, maybe with the Land Trust, 7 days, and advise them that we need a response, and then initiate follow-up following that if they do not come back. to proceed with an upset bid process.
Mr. Hensley?
2 points to make on this. The first is, well, the first thing I want to say is, like everyone else, I think we should get out of the real estate business, you know, and then we can focus on things like education or surveys or whatever we want to discuss that day. That being said, we do have a fiduciary responsibility to get the most out of the property that we can. And so here's my 2 points. First of all, I think that I think that I continue to think that the property offers extraordinarily good value to the town of Aberdeen and the people of Aberdeen for attributes of, that property has some attributes that I've explained to the mayor and the town manager, and I think I've said here, I'm not going to rehash those. So, you know, maybe they get, well, they're certainly going to get another week because we're not going to vote on anything for a week. So, you know, I would be inclined to give them another 10 days or 20 days or whatever. So that's point one. The second point that I would make is this, and this is somewhat along the line of what Mr. Levy said, but with a slightly different view. If we relist it, we should not put it, we shouldn't just throw it out for upset bid. And then I'll tell you why. But part of that, before I do that, part of it is, if we list it again, we need a different realtor. And first of all, I would like to get a realtor that like puts a sign out front. Because the single most effective thing, I don't care if it's commercial property or residential property, the single most effective thing is a sign for sale. And the people that we listed it with didn't even put a for sale sign out front. But the other thing that's far more important is commercial real estate, unlike residential real estate. Commercial real estate, especially what we're trying to do, is very complex. If we were just selling a field out in the middle of nowhere, no big deal. But this is going to require somebody that has, the listing agency needs to have extensive knowledge of this area, and they have to be someone that's known for putting together deals. Because as everyone here knows, you know, you've got the town of Aberdeen and you got to get their buy-in and, you know, because there might be a zoning change and all that. So my recommendation, if we did put it back on, you know, if the town of Aberdeen said, we don't want it, and we put it back on the market, we need to get a real estate company who specializes in this area, who's known for putting together deals on complex commercial real estate. And they need to also offer a commission to a selling broker, to Bob's point. And also, that window needs to be 3 or 4 months. It's because they need 3 or 4 months to socialize it around, talk concepts to potential different developers, and then go socialize it with the town. So my point is that if the town of Aberdeen says no, and we put it back on the market, we need to have a different agency who's more proactive and has more expertise in this area. And they have to have enough time, 3 or 4 months, to really talk to local developers and local people who would be interested and talk to the town and have a true dialogue. That is the way we would recognize the maximum value for that property. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I might.
Yes, sir.
Under no circumstances am I going to try to tell a successful businessman how to do business. That was a very good presentation, and certainly I'm sure there's a lot of individuals listening into the meeting that would say amen, and I'd be inclined to say amen. I would encourage all of us, including Mr. Hensley, remember that you have some strict guidelines for how to dispose of property. And right now, without having legal counsel present, I'm not going to try to out-legal counsel the legal counsel. But between now and next week, we'll probably want to ask Mr. Ramey to listen to what you just said, Mr. Hensley, and then try to see where among the, I think it's 5 options, John, that we have available to us, to see where that might fit best. And if it doesn't fit, then it'll be incumbent upon legal counsel to explain why it doesn't. I think that we do need to make sure that it's an open bidding process. We wouldn't be able to I don't think we could have a broker engage in multiple private negotiations with multiple interested parties or we just have to see how we would make that fit with the state statutory guidelines.
Right. And just to be clear, and thank you, Dr. Grimacy, for that, because it gives me an opportunity to clarify something, is after that 3 to 4 month period of socializing and getting people excited and working with the town to see what they would and wouldn't do, there would be an upset bid process or something at the end of that. And I just didn't state that, but clearly at the end of that would be a competitive bid, whether it's an auction or an upset bid or whatnot. But there has to be that period for it to be socialized and the discussions between would-be, hopefully local developers and the town, you know, to have that discussion to figure out exactly where they're at.
I predict legal counsel will appreciate that amendment.
And I think too, if it's okay, that you're right, David. I think, you know, even if you just market it first and then you do the upset bid process, it's pretty much the same thing as what we would do with just going with the upset bid process. But you're giving it a few months to kind of put it out there and put it into the cyber world and see what, you know, who hits it type of thing. I will say with the Aberdeen, I feel like we've already given them 6 months, and if they had any questions, they should have came to us within those 6 months period to tell us, hey, you know, how come we're not negotiating, or hey, you know, I feel like they kind of wasted our time. We could have had this upset bid. We could have, you know, maybe someone could have bought it by now. So my vote would be to actually see if we could do the upset bid marketing aspect, if we could, with legal counsel.
All right, any other comments?
Clarification, Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Caldwell, just to make sure the public record is accurate, they had 3 months to submit a bid, with the thinking that once we got the bid, we would then have another 3 months to negotiate. So there was the intent, there still is the intent, until the board directs us otherwise, there's still the intent of this board to afford a 6 months due diligence period, 3 months of which has been the opportunity for them to do their own due diligence, explore the property, come up with an offer, just get the conversation started. That's what we're missing at this point. Madam Chair, staff would appreciate maybe a sense of the consensus of the board. There's been some good discussion here. If we are to bring back a recommendation, it might be helpful to just kind of go back through everybody and just look at what those common themes are, so that we can work with legal counsel to bring a recommendation back next week that the board might feel as though represents a step forward.
Yeah, I think, as Mr. Hensley said, we want to get out of the real estate business, and we want to do it with efficiency, but bringing in the most amount of money that we possibly can for the properties that we'll be selling. So what I have heard, I think, is two sides to it. One is, as Mr. Levy has suggested, which we perhaps contact the town of Aberdeen and give them a firm date. I think, Mr. Holmes, you were saying this as well, perhaps October 1st.
No, I wouldn't even do it that long.
I'm
Yeah,
thinking today's
because-
September 7th.
What about
By
10
the time-
days? They've had all this
Well,
other
that-
time.
yeah,
I
we
think 10
could-
days will suffice.
10, well, and we won't make this decision till next Monday,
Right.
so 10 days from that point would take us toward the
Madam-
end of September. But that was your suggestion, correct? Is that-
Actually, I think it was
That was
Mr.
David's.
Dennison's suggestion,
Mr.
quite frankly.
Dennison.
So I want
Okay.
to give credit where credit is due, but can we not give you permission to talk? I mean, you can talk to them. They can come up with an offer and present it to us at our board meeting in a week.
I'm certainly happy to follow up with Mayor Farrell or Mr. Sabiston, or Mr. Barath can follow up as well. That we're, I won't call it a time crunch, but we have decided to make progress, and that if they are interested by next Monday,
At least
and I can
give
just
us an
float
offer.
that before them. We're not here to take any kind of board action because we are not in an actual meeting, so that would not be our structure. But I can tell them that we're going to proceed and see if they are interested in making an offer. And then perhaps, Mr. Hensley, next week you can format your recommendation as a proposal or as a motion, such that we could proceed if we did not have any further interest from the town of Aberdeen.
I mean, I think isn't it the consensus of the board that you can go ahead and talk? You were concerned you didn't want to talk to them without board approval, right? Isn't it the consensus of the board that between now and the next meeting, you talk to them all they want.
Yes,
and,
yes,
And
yes.
get any input or offers that they want to give. And
Yeah.
please report back to the board in a week from yesterday.
Exactly,
Right.
because at this point, after 3 months, I mean, the Farrell and the town council, they either know that they want to purchase the land or they don't want to purchase the land. So with your discussion, we just need to know where they stand and are they willing to proceed?
Because if not, we're gonna move on with it. Yeah.
I just like, are they maintaining that property now?
No,
Part of the
no, we
deal?
are,
No.
Okay.
And we're
Wasn't,
still
wasn't
paying-
part of the deal,
I thought
I know
it
this
was.
is all informal, but wasn't part of the deal that they would cut the grass and stuff like that, or
I
am
don't believe that was ever
Okay, I thought it was.
formalized.
The town maintains the play field down on the
Okay, so
bottom
there
of the
was
hill in the
some sort of
back.
an informal agreement.
They're maintaining that field, we're maintaining the remaining campus grounds,
Okay.
And they're
all right.
maintaining the playfield because
The
they're
playfield.
using it.
because they use it for their parks and
Exactly,
rec.
Yeah.
exactly. But as far as utilities and different things, we're still paying for that on a monthly basis.
That's correct.
Yes.
We should negotiate a traffic light on Highway 5.
And again, you know, that's coming up later, but that's not up to the town of Aberdeen. That's
But
the,
they could pay the bill.
right, they could do that. All right, so Mr. Barath, I will talk with you following the meeting, and we will reach out one last time to the town of Aberdeen and see if they truly express interest, such that we can proceed with whatever the next step will be next Monday.
Thank you, Chair Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Barath.
Madam
All
Chair,
right.
you want to proceed?
Does anyone need to have a 5-minute break, or?
That'd be nice.
All right, let's just take I know it's in the middle of your presentation, but the rest of the day about is your presentation, so we're going to take just a 5-minute break very quickly. Mr. Barath, we're going to return to you and proceed to item 2C.
Thank you, Chair Carter. Okay, now on to the disposal of another school. This is for the old Southern Pines primary property. You'll recall that at the last meeting, the board directed staff to offer the portion of the site to the Southern Pines Land and Housing Trust that was identified in the appraisal by village appraisers as parcel 1A for the appraised value of $300,000. The other action that the board authorized staff to do was to contact the two individuals who had submitted unsolicited offers during this process for the property and invite them to submit a formal offer for the balance of the property that'd be remaining with the sale of parcel 1A to the trust. The board attorney, immediately following the board action in August, conveyed to the land trust the offer being extended by the board for parcel 1A, and the trust accepted the offer. Legal counsel for both entities then began the work on the purchase agreement, and some of the key things to be included in the agreement are the same elements and items that the board had approved for the sale of the old Southern Pines Elementary School, such as indemnification, the right of first refusal, and the involuntary resale provisions. A draft of the agreement is included. I want to stress it's a draft. Legal counsel for both buyer and seller are still working through some of the language in there. We anticipate that at your meeting next week that we'll have a final version to present. I did reach out.
After the meeting or before?
Before the meeting, that will have included a final for you to review and approve, or to have comments on for staff and legal counsel to revise. Sorry. I also reached out to the two individuals that submitted the unsolicited offers. They were Mr. Frank Mazur and Mr. Ron Jackson. I conveyed to them the available portion of the property that would be available for sale with the trust acceptance of the offer. I provided a sketch attached to this that demonstrates that parcel of remaining site for consideration. Each, Mr. Mazur and Mr. Jackson, requested additional details regarding the balance of the property, which I had sent to them so that they would have all information available. I followed up with phone calls and emails to both individuals, inquiring about their interest in the property, to ask if they wanted to submit a formal offer for me to present to the board to begin an upset bid process. After many calls and emails, on September 22nd, I received a response by Mr. Jackson that he was no longer interested in the property. And an update to this executive summary, yesterday afternoon, I received communication from Mr. Mazur that he also is no longer interested in the balance of the property. During all this, on August 13th, a letter was received by Chair Carter from Mayor of Southern Pines, Carol Haney, requesting the opportunity to enter into private negotiations with the board to purchase the approximately 4 acres constituting Blanchie Carter Discovery Park. The letter does go on to express that should the Board of Education be willing to enter into negotiations, that the town council would perform a survey and appraisal of the property at no expense to the board to commence negotiations. Just a reminder, as have presented on all these properties, that just as with the Aberdeen Elementary and the potential sale of that to the town of Aberdeen, you are permitted and not required to negotiate directly with another governing entity, such as the municipality of town of Southern Pines in this case, and not through the competitive process, so long as any eventual sale of the property represents fair market value. This is just information that's being presented to the board, along with a couple different attachments to the executive summary to provide additional depth of information. And so it is at this time that we seek direction and comment from the board regarding options 1, proposed purchase contract to parcel 1A, should you have any at this time. 2, the town of Southern Pines request to negotiate the purchase of Blanchie Carter Discovery Park. And 3, securing the services of a broker to present an offer for the balance of the property for board consideration to dispose of the site through an open competitive process by means such as the upset bid process. And with that, I'm available to respond to any questions that you may have.
We have an extensive executive summary in front of us that rehashes everything Mr. Barath has just said. But if you have further questions for him, comments, interested in discussion from the board as to what procedure you would like to move on. Mr. Levy.
Yeah. Basically, the way I see it, I think, once again, I'm probably very much in a minority here. I believe that the land trust is, and the town of Southern Pines, I think, has been acting in bad faith. I read the pilot editorial, and basically, I think the pilot is probably closest to what's really going on here, is that the land trust, when we offered them the 4 acres, they still thought that they wanted the rest of the property, so they got together with the town of Southern Pines, and they then had the town of Southern Pines try to make a move on the so-called Blanchie Carter Park. The whole idea, at least as I believe it, and I think as the pilot also showed, is to lower the price overall of the entirety of the piece of property. Because once you take out the 5 acres to the trust, and then once you take out the 4 acres of the playground area, it's not really a park, it's a playground area, then what you have are 2 disjointed pieces of property, and then all of a sudden, as the pilot points out, the land trust will get its hands on the rest of the property and at a bargain price. I don't like being pushed around, and I think we've been sort of neglected by the town of Aberdeen and their, they said, well, let us, give us a couple of months and we'll come up with an offer, and don't do anything with the property. After the couple of months, they don't do it because they really don't think we'll do anything. And no matter what we do in terms of the land trust, they're still going back to the town of Southern Pines and trying to scheme, this time with the town of Southern Pines, to totally lower the price and the value of the property. I intend to vote no on the sale of the property to the land trust, because I believe that there is an obligation for them to act in good faith. I don't think they've acted in good faith. I don't think they've acted at all in good faith. And I think that when we started, we should have known. And because when we started, they decided, well, we'll look at this appraisal, and if we don't like the appraisal, we'll go after the appraiser's license. Not that they wanted to argue against an appraisal. They wanted to go after this poor person's license. I don't know if it's a man or a woman. Okay? So that should have been a hint that they're just not going to deal fairly. And the town of Southern Pines, I think, has gotten together with them and said, we know how to defeat the school board. And the way you defeat the school board is to, now that they've agreed to sell 4 acres here, we'll take another 4 acres here and open up a bidding process. And oh, by the way, I think there's also a telegraphing to any person who tries to buy this, that they may even try to do something like eminent domain. I wouldn't put it past them in terms of the so-called park. Now, I say so-called park because this never was a park. It is not a park. It is a playground area. It is fenced in. It was never used by the public. Let me put this down again. It was never used by the public. It was always used as a playground area for our schools. So I personally think that the best thing that we can do, when you're dealing with people who constantly undermine you and constantly want to undermine you. And when I say undermine us, it's not the school board, could care less personally about it. But these are the children of Moore County. These are the children of Robbins who need a repair of a skylight. This is the need to maximize the return so we can put a roof on Pinecrest. So they want to, as the pilot says, lower the price, collapse the price of the entire piece of property to make it virtually worthless so that we can sell it at a mediocre price. And so that we won't have money for our roof and we won't have money for our broken skylights and our heating systems and the like. They don't care about that. What they do care about is to make sure that they get control of the property, so,
Mr. Dennison?
yes.
I think, I'd like to do what we said we were gonna do before, is we're negotiating with the land trust as long as we can get an agreement with them and they'll pay that price. And I think we should use the upset bid process and then go from there because we will not have to accept the upset bid process.
Mr. Barath, could I ask you to, if you don't mind, to put up the sketch of the layout of the land, please?
I will ask Ms. Murphy to do that since I am here.
Okay, thank you. Just so we can look and make sure we're on the same page with our parcels.
It's operating at my speed.
Okay, and so to be clear, the section that's in red, that's close to the outer, is that what's considered as the playground?
Yes,
Not the whole
you
thing.
have a large rectangular area outlined in red.
So this right here.
Yes, that northern part of that is not where the cursor is, if you move the cursor up to the right, I feel like a song, cross the street. There.
Right there.
Okay.
That area of the site is Blanchard Carter Park. So it goes from the last building, classroom building, down further the cursor. If you drop the cursor down a little further, there. From that building all the way up to the upper left, that's all the Blanchard Carter Park area.
Okay. And then as you go down from where the cursor is, that's the parcel that has already been included with the the
To
trust.
the right.
To the right,
Outside
top right.
Outside the red dash.
Okay, all right,
Be to
thank
the
you.
right. That's 1A.
Okay.
Did you have a question or?
No, I just wanted to be clear of the layout.
How many acres would that leave us if, minus the park and the land trust?
There's about 8.8 acres in the rectangular red outline there. That's contiguous there. So if you take approximately 3.5 to 4 acres out of that, so you'd be maybe between 4 to 4.5 acres or so that you'd be left with-ish. I don't have an exact measurement with me, but across the street, don't forget you have that independent undeveloped portion of property, and that's about 2 3/4 acres.
Was that, if those acres, the first acres that you gave us, was that contiguous? Or, okay, so it's 4 acres contiguous?
The large rectangular outline there,
Talking about the stuff we have left.
what we have left, you have 2 separate identified parcels there. The large rectangular portion there, which is 8.8 acres. And then to the left, across the street, you have 2 3/4 acres.
So you're talking
If I may point.
all of this
Yeah.
here. Okay.
So this outline area is 8.8.
Okay,
This is 2 3/4.
okay,
The park is from here up.
got it. Yeah.
Mr. Hensley, did you want to speak?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to, Mr. Barath asked us to address 3 questions if we felt inclined to do so. I'm going to address them in inverse order. I'm going to give my views on number 3 first, and that is securing the services of a broker, right? So regardless of what we end up selling via an upset bid process, whether it's 12 acres or the entire 17 acres, because I believe that, like Mr. Levy, I believe the Southern Pines Land Trust has not negotiated in good faith, and I believe that for reasons I will say in a few minutes, I believe that the town of Southern Pines has intervened to really destroy the value of the property. So I'm actually leaning towards we ought to just sell the entire 17 acres, go back to the original plan and put it out for bid anyway, regardless whether we sell 12 acres or the entire 17 acres, we need to get a new broker. And we need to socialize the property. We need to do all the things that I talked about with the Aberdeen Elementary School. And then after an effective marketing and socialization campaign, then we put it up for upset bid. So that's my answer to number 3 is regardless of how much we end up going that route with, how many acres, that's the process we should follow. The second point, if I can bring it up on my phone here, the second point that we were asked to comment on is the town of Southern Pines' request to negotiate the purchase of the so-called Blanchie Carter Discovery Park. I could talk for hours on this, but I will not. I probably will next Monday, but I will not today. But just a couple highlights. Under no circumstances should this board entertain selling that parcel. If we could bring that parcel back up, please. That parcel separately. Whether or not it was intentional or whether or not it was done in conjunction with another entity, the effort to carve out that playground, to call it a park, and carve it out, and the town of Southern Pines to buy it separately is clearly going to lower the value of the property for a couple obvious reasons just off the top of my head. First is if you have 8 acres, almost 12 acres contiguous, that's worth a lot more than a 2.5 acre parcel and then a separate 4 acre parcel, because you could do a lot more with 8 acres contiguous than you can dividing it up. Secondly, although somebody in a previous meeting pointed out, oh my gosh, that playground doesn't have any infrastructure, that'll be expensive to develop. Whoever said that was 180 degrees incorrect. The fact of the matter is, the most expensive part of this to develop is going to be where the existing buildings are, because you have the demolition cost of those. The park and the forest across the street will be relatively simple to develop because they've got sewer and water adjacent. You just clear it off and dig a trench and lay it. So they're taking the easiest part to develop out of the equation. And then finally, as Mr. Levy pointed out, and he's an attorney, I'm not, but when I read some of Southern Pines' writings in there, there was an implied threat that they might possibly take that property via eminent domain. So if we were to sell it to a third party. So this town of Southern Pines, again, as I said, whether intentionally or not, their actions have clearly, well, you see, there were 2 people who put in unsolicited offers that now are like, I don't know if we're interested. That's a direct result of the actions of town of Southern Pines. I would say that time's on our side, and I'll talk more about that in a minute. I wasn't going to talk about the merits of Blanche Carter Park, but this letter that Ms. Haney sent, I mean, every paragraph is laughable. We want to redevelop West Southern Pines in a manner consistent with its history. Really, does that include segregation and all the horrible things of Jim Crow? I mean, that's just a stupid statement. So anyway, we should in no way, shape, or form, oh, it talks about a park will serve an important recreation need within West Southern Pines. Really? What's that important recreational need? 2,000 feet away from this playground that they're calling Blanche Carter Discovery Park. 2,000 feet away, like go to Google and measure it, 2,000 feet away is a 4-acre splash park. And that has a swimming pool, and it has ball fields, and it has picnic areas. Why doesn't that fulfill the recreational needs of the people of West Southern Pines? Instead, they talk about many residents don't have cars. Well, those residents can't go 2,000 feet to an existing park. And again, the recreation need, she just doesn't define what the recreation, not that it's any of our business, but it's just BS. This letter is just nonsense. Then I discover that Ms. Peterson is running for the Southern Pines City Council. So go back and look at the filing deadlines to declare running for office. Go look at when Ms. Peterson first appeared before this board, and go look at when the pilot jumped on board. It was almost all orchestrated, and I believe that it is political pandering for the upcoming election in Southern Pines. So anyway, for any number of reasons, and I will articulate these more in the coming week, we should not in any way, shape, or form entertain further lowering the value of this property by entertaining selling Blanche Carter, selling our playground to the town of Southern Pines. The third thing that we were asked to address was the proposed purchase contract of Parcel 1A with the Land Trust. The Southern Pines Land Trust has been aware for 2 months of an opportunity for them to get the 5 acres that makes up the original Rosenwald School and has the restrictive deed for free. Mr. Gordon has been made aware that he could get that property for free under a course of action that I've proposed, but he hasn't done that. Really makes you wonder why, if you're going to spend $300,000 for something and someone comes to you and says, hey, you know, there's a deal to be had here where you could get that free. Why wouldn't you at least go, yeah, we need to meet on that? It doesn't make sense. I'll leave everyone with that thought, but I am of the mind, and I will let all the board members know and the public know in the coming weeks, the better idea. And the better idea is to sell the entire parcel complete as one parcel in conjunction with cooperation from the town of Southern Pines. And if this town council of Southern Pines, who's up for re-election, isn't willing to cooperate, time is on our side, and let's just see what the new Southern Pines City Council looks like in 4 months. And let's see if we cannot negotiate a better deal that's much better for the Moore County taxpayer, Moore County schools, the residents of West Southern Pines Land Trust, and the Southern Pines taxpayer. Thank you, that's all I have.
Ms. Caldwell, Mr. Holmes? Anything?
And you're like, I wasn't sure.
Ms. Caldwell?
Has that ever stopped you?
Yeah, I was just waiting. And it's a lot to think about, and, you know, I do think David has some, as far as the property going less value, it will bring the property down, which could cause us to not have a lot of money to help our schools. As far as going into negotiations with them, I would be curious of how much they are willing to offer. I mean, we don't know. It could be 1.3 million. I mean, we really don't know. But that, I would just kind of be interesting what number they're looking at. So I'm kind of both ways. depending on,
Talking about for the whole piece of the,
no, depending on what they would offer for the park. If they're gonna offer, money to compensate for maybe even losing money on the other acreage, it may be worth it. I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna offer. I'd just be curious to see what they had in mind.
Yeah, if I could respond to that. Ms. Caldwell, there is never any harm sitting down and talking with someone. So yes, I agree that, let's hear what the town of Southern Pines has to say. And, you never know. But if we go down that path, then we don't make any decision on parcel 1A until we have clarity as to what's going to happen with the rest. So if we go down that path, then parcel 1A, our acceptance of that offer is put on the shelf. And then we talk to the town of Southern Pines and what do you have in mind and this and that? Because, the concerns expressed by Mr. Levy, and I echoed some of them, are valid. Maybe they can explain them away, maybe not. But there's certainly no harm in sitting down and talking with them.
Okay,
Just one
Sir, go ahead.
further point. We do have one small competitive disadvantage. I just put this up for thought. When we sell property, we must do it in public, and because that's what the open meetings law says. When a town acquires property, they can do it in executive session. So in negotiating with the town of Southern Pines, we are actually at a competitive disadvantage. I'm not sure how that weighs one way or another, but it's just something we should be aware of.
all right, so for next week,
So, Madam Chair, let me just.
was that a consent?
There you go. So let me make just a comment here. So when we voted to extend and enter negotiations with the land trust, and all of that's been done for parcel 1A, and now with land trust, with 1A parcel, we have an agreement that was attached that they are ready to proceed with based upon our terms. Correct?
That's correct, in the draft form. as
Okay,
of
and the
today.
draft form. So basically, the board is looking at that to determine, are we ready to proceed with, based upon our motion to proceed with land trust and for 1A, and then put the rest up for upset bid? We are looking at the draft proposal and need to accept that or decline it, correct?
I'm
Okay.
assuming.
That would be,
Okay,
not
so-
today,
First
that
step.
would be your business meeting next
Exactly.
week to provide
Okay,
comment.
so basically, the land trust followed up and have done their part of coming up with the contract for us to either accept or refuse. And so now, the second part of our vote was to put the remainder of the land up for the upset bid process, okay? And so now we are trying to figure out, should we stop that process and deal with Southern Pines or proceed with the upset bid? Okay, all right. So my vote would be, along with others, that we proceed with land trust and then put the remaining parcel up for upset bid.
All right, any further comments? Dr. Grimison?
Make sure Mr.
Yeah.
Barath is clear with his response, okay? Mr. Barath, will the board take final action on the proposed contract herein next Saturday that will then authorize legal counsel and staff to
Monday.
next, what did I say?
You may work weekends, but we don't.
Saturday. We won't be here Saturday.
Monday, as I intended. So next Monday, is it legal counsel's and staff's intention to this board give staff and legal counsel final authorization to consummate the contract? Or is that just a markup feedback session, and then we bring the final contract back in October? Let's be real crystal clear about that because of the community sensitivities here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Grimsey.
Thank you.
And thank you for that clarification. It could very well be both. If the board has no further comments to make on the language contained in the offer, the board at that time may choose to take a vote.
So the
to
board has
approve.
options.
Or should there be any changes that they would like legal counsel to take back to the trust legal counsel?
For further negotiation.
Correct.
Okay, so you have options on the table with respect to the 4 acres of parcel 1A only.
Correct.
And then we're seeking clarification with respect to the rest of the property. Does the board, the options for the board are to either authorize staff and council, perhaps the chair, to get clarity from the town council as their interest, and to postpone the upset bid process pending that clarity, or to ignore that, proceed with the upset bid process, or, as introduced by Mr. Hensley, get clarity, but don't make any commitment to the upset bid process, pending whatever number of factors the board wants to add. Is that an accurate summary of what we're seeking from the board?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Are we clear that before we do an upset bid process, that we'll know what we're gonna do with the land trust?
That would be up to
Yeah.
the board, but in terms of what
That's
you've,
what I'm-
what you, the staff is authorized to do right now is only to bring back, to do what we've done, bring back the work that legal counsel has done with legal counsel, the land trust, present that, see if you have any markups, any adjustments you want to make, send us back to negotiate some more or accept it. That's the limit of what the staff and legal counsel have been authorized to do thus far. Otherwise, all we're doing is reporting to you all and awaiting your direction.
My only point is, I'd like to see the land trust settle before we go and bid this, or upset bid.
Right, I think that would be essential.
Yeah.
David?
I just have comments. Actually, I had a comment in response to Ms. Thompson's comments, but now I have one that's common to both Mr. Dennison and Ms. Thompson. So first of all, the compromise, right, what we called the compromise, which was selling the 5 acres separately for the appraised value, which a lot of people weren't, you know, some residents of West Southern Pines were not happy with at the last meeting. But I was a strong advocate of that. However, you know, that was under the assumption, you know, I did not see the town of Southern Pines meddling to destroy the value. And I'm sorry, could we bring that diagram back up, please? There's one thing I forgot to point out. I did not count on and I did not foresee the town of Southern Pines meddling in destroying the value of the remaining 12 acres. And let me make another point. The other issue with selling the playground separately or having it under threat of eminent domain, thank you, is if you look at the 8 acres, the big parcel there that has the instructional buildings and then the playground, if a developer looks at that and says, well, okay, first of all, I can't buy that 3 acres or whatever because you know they sold it to the town, or the town may take that via eminent domain, then that orphaned 4 acres that is adjacent to the Southern Pines Land Trust property, that becomes effectively valueless to a developer, because if a developer bought all 12 acres and they had to, you know, had demolition costs for the buildings on the administrative buildings, and those demolition costs are spread across all 12 acres, and that's very manageable. However, if there ends up being this orphaned 4 acre parcel, whatever it is, 3 or 4 acres, then the demolition costs do not justify the cost of the underlying lots. So the end effect, again, whether intentional or not, that parcel only becomes valuable to the Southern Pines Land Trust. So Southern Pines, again, intentional or not, their meddling has caused that parcel to only be of interest to the Southern Pines Land Trust, who wants to spend $8 or $10 million, which, by the way, they don't have, to renovate those buildings. So that's a very, very, very important point. And if all 12 of those acres were empty and it was just farmland or a forest, it really wouldn't matter. But you have to look. you know, if Southern Pines is really concerned about that park, why are they not concerned about those buildings? That's another inconsistency in this letter, is they talk about, you know, oh, it has to be redeveloped, but Southern Pines isn't interested in buying those buildings because they know if they buy Blanche Carter Park, then those buildings, the value is destroyed from a developer's standpoint, and the only would-be buyer is a Southern Pines Land Trust, and then they can just name their price, their low price. And I personally believe that that is their intentions, but it doesn't matter their intentions, because regardless of their intentions, that's the net effect. The other thing that I would say, I gotta put my reading glasses on here and hope I can read my handwriting, is you're lucky I can't read my handwriting. But anyway, I had a second. I am left, by the way, I'm left-handed, and when I write without my reading glasses, I can't read. Oh, the other thing is, there much ado was done. So let's back up a little bit. So let's say, and I'll expound upon this in the future, but let's say we put the entire 16 acres, 17 acres up for bid. One of the stipulations that I would say to the developer is, within a year or two, you must donate the 5 acres to a qualified institution such as Southern Pines Land Trust. That's how they get it for free. And with the developer creating value, then the value of their tax write-off will be much more than they paid for it, subject to what their account will allow them to do. And then secondly, the other thing I would do is the successful bidder has to donate all that equipment at the playground, which the community raised money for. They donate that to the town of Southern Pines, and the town of Southern Pines can take that playground equipment and move it 2,000 feet to existing space in the splash park. So the Southern Pines gets everything that they want. They get the equipment, they get the recreational area, and Southern Pines Land Trust doesn't have to write a check for $300,000 for that 5 acres. They'll get it for free. They can take that $300,000 towards maybe putting air conditioning in the gym or renovating the auditorium or whatnot. There is a better idea that makes sense, and all it takes is the cooperation of the town of Southern Pines.
Just one more thing.
Yes, sir.
Just my concern is with the town of Southern Pines, certainly, but my biggest concern is what I believe to have been the land trust. And I believe that the land trust conspired in bad faith to undermine our sale of the remainder of our property through going to the town of Southern Pines and trying to get the town of Southern Pines to take this other property, this playground area. And I might also state that this entire procedure, as at least as outlined in the pilot, was then to give the land trust the administration over the so-called park area. So what they're in effect trying to do is, I believe, threaten eminent domain, but not really to get it for the town of Southern Pines, but to give it to the land trust, which I believe forms a constitutional problem with our North Carolina state laws under eminent domain. It's a mess. And I think that this acting in bad faith overall has put us into this mess. And I think it's a really terrible thing, because I think if the town of Southern Pines simply left it alone and said, okay, go ahead and buy your 4 acres, and nobody had said anything, and then we would have sold the other 10 acres, 12 acres, whatever it is, then the whole thing would be done. But I believe that certain people just want everything. And I think it's wrong, and mostly because I believe it's wrong for the students who won't be getting the funding. Because as the pilot says, if you use this as a mechanism to lower the property of the land, it's not the school board that gets hurt. I won't lose a dime, but our kids will. And that is the sad part. Submit it.
All right. Mr. Barath, just a quick clarification. This property was never listed with the Realtor in Raleigh. That's correct?
This has never been listed with any Realtor.
Okay. And because I know Mr. Hensley mentioned getting a new Realtor, but it was, because we were in negotiation with the land trust, we never listed it with a Realtor at all. How difficult will it be if I stop by that school and want to climb the fence to walk through Blanchie Carter Park?
I'm very happy to accommodate you and have myself
You
or
wanna see me
someone
go
to meet
over?
you out there with the key to open the gate so you may walk through.
By the way, I was there a couple of days ago, and all you have to do is just go in the door. And,
Don't tell people that, Bob.
well, you need a key. It's locked.
Okay.
It's locked, but what I'm saying is, you get entrance from the school buildings themselves, okay? From the back of the school buildings.
Okay, thank you. And I'll check with you, Mr. Barath, before I try to pole vault over. All right, so,
Call the school police when that happens.
Yes.
Person breaking in.
so next week we'll be looking at the actual offer and for purchase from the Land Trust for Parcel 1A to make a decision about that, and then can continue discussion if need be over what we will proceed to do with the remainder of the property. Please give it some thought. If you have additional questions, please don't hesitate to ask. And again, we'd like to get out of the real estate business, so let's proceed to do that. All right, at this time, we'll need to set the agenda for next week, and I'm just going to go ahead and say A, B, and C will be action items such that.
Madam Chair, if I might add an item that isn't cited as a pending action item, but will become an item as we talk about the school reopening update, and that is that under the new, requirement approved by the General Assembly, legal counsel advised on late Thursday into Friday, before it was too late to get it into a pending action form. We'll discuss this during the school reopening update, but you will need under board action an item where the board would take under consideration the mask requirement, rather than wait until October, that you would revisit that at your next meeting next week, and we'd put that under board action.
All right, so there will be 4 items under board action. Items A, B, and C is currently listed, plus a report on masking within the schools. Any discussion about any of that? All right, we can now move on to reports, information, and discussion with the preliminary briefing on student outcomes.
Yes, so invite Dr. Metcalf, Dr. Locklear, and friends to be prepared to answer questions and to offer us a preliminary briefing, because there'll be a much more detailed briefing in October, correct, Dr. Locklear?
We don't have any friends.
It's just us.
It's been a problem for a long time.
We need friends, but
That
we don't
makes
have
it,
any.
that makes your introduction far easier.
Well, good afternoon
But you'll
again.
have preliminary briefing today with a more detailed briefing in a month.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Grimacy, Madam Chair. Dr. Metcalf and I are going to share with you preliminarily from a treetop overall district outcomes based on the 2021 state testing data. As you're probably aware, last Wednesday, the State Department or the State Board of Education released that testing data on Wednesday, September 1st. As noted by the State Board and Department of Public Instruction, we know we had a significantly disrupted year last year due to COVID. And this test data, these student outcome data, is not intended to be compared to previous years because of that significant disruption. But what it does do is it gives us the opportunity to really lean in on where our students are, what our students learned, and where we need to lean in to support their growth throughout the school year. And so that's an exciting opportunity for our staff, exciting opportunity for our school teams. We began that work even before the school year began in our Power Up Summer School Academy. we began that work, leaning in on where those learning opportunities were for those kids to close those gaps even before we began the school year this year. Our school teams have already been working. We're on day 11 now, which is exciting, but have already been working with our kids and working to address those learning gaps as we move forward. And so Dr. Metcalf and I are going to give some overviews of that data from a state perspective, from a regional perspective, and from a light school district perspective. And while certainly there's work to be done, there's also areas we can celebrate. When we look at the jobs that our staff and our students and our school teams did throughout the pandemic, and when you look at that in perspective to the state, to the region, and to like school districts that are like us, you can see that there's certainly some things we can celebrate from that. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Metcalf and let him walk through some of that data.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. It's always critical, I believe, that when we look at data to put it into context. And as Dr. Locklear noted, the State Superintendent Truitt, the State Board of Education, the Department of Public Instruction, they've all stated that it's difficult to compare the 2020-21 results to the 2018-19 year because of the context of the pandemic and the COVID-19 closure. However, we can put this year's results in context by comparing them to the state results, the results of the districts in our region, and to like school districts. These like school districts are those that have been identified with the Central Services staff in comparison to be similar to us. That's based on a comparative tax base, average daily membership, student demographics, and local per pupil expenditures. So let's begin by taking a look at our 4-year graduation rate. And I'm going to go slow, give you an opportunity to take a look. There are, I believe, 115 school districts in North Carolina, and our 2021-22 graduation rate of 22.1% ranks us as the 13th highest graduation rate in the state. And I believe that if you only look at school districts that have 1,000 graduates or more, we're number 3. The average graduation for the state of North Carolina is 86.9%, and we're 5.2 points above the state average in graduation rate. All right, we'll continue to look at graduation rate. Our graduation rate of 92.1% places us as number 2 in the Sandhills Regional Educational Alliance. That's 2.5 points behind Montgomery Public Schools. The average for the region is 87, and we are 5.1 percentage points above our regional average. You should note Montgomery County Schools is much smaller than us. When comparing our graduation rate of 92.1% with our identified like school districts, we are number 5. The top 4-year graduation rate for our like districts is Dare County at 93.5. We are 1.3 points behind them. I say that because I'm competitive and I don't like coming in 5th, but the difference between 1st and 5th is relatively small. The average for our like school district is 89.9%, and we are above the average graduation rate for our like counties by 2.2 points. Mr. Dennison, you pushed something out earlier or late last week about the 5-year graduation rate. I didn't include that here, but I will mention that some students take a little bit longer, take an extra 5th year. We do track that, and when we do, we jump up to 93.6%, which is 5th in the state. Our 5-year graduation rate is 5th in the state. You were accurate at that, and we're 1st in the state among school districts that graduate 1,000 or more students. I also will note this when I present the graduation rate. I'd also like to mention our dropout rate. We haven't received that yet. We'll receive our dropout rate for last year somewhere in, usually around February. But our most recent dropout rate is 0.12%, which is 5th in the state and 2nd in the region to Montgomery County. Grade level composite is also our end of grade and our end of course assessments all put together into a single composite score. This is our math and reading and science scores, 3 through 8, as well as our high school end of course exams all put together. Our 2020-21, our grade level proficiency composite score is 51.9%. This score ranks us at number 23 out of the 115 school districts. Though clearly we have much work to do, I can't say we're proud of those scores. It does put us in the top 20% of the school districts in the state of North Carolina. The state average composite grade level proficiency is 45.4, and we are 6.5 points above the state average.
Dr. Metcalf, have you seen, I know you've seen the figures of, say, Union County and their drop from the previous year? I'm assuming that the drop statewide from the articles I read is pretty standard across the board.
Drop across the board, yes.
So they were not, didn't have a 63 composite last year. Did they drop about the same amount we did?
That 63 composite is their score this year.
Right, so based upon.
And they dropped from their previous year, if that's your
Yeah, that's what
question.
I'm asking, yeah.
Yes, they had a drop as well.
So you said Montgomery County is a 63% grade level proficiency average? Is that what it is? I'm sorry? Union County, Union County has a 63% grade proficiency average. So what you're saying is that 48.1% of students in Moore County schools are not on grade level. Am I correct on that?
I think what you have to understand what the EOG and the EOC, what those assessments are assessing. And what they're assessing is the standards that are being taught. And so what it is saying is that, 49.1% have not demonstrated proficiency on the standards that were taught to them.
All right.
What's grade level proficiency mean?
Grade level proficiency would mean they scored a 3, a level 4, or a level 5 on that assessment of the standards. And they showed proficiency on those, and that would be grade level proficiency on those standards that were taught to them.
So my concern is that we have a lot, these graduation rates are wonderful, but we have a lot to do because we've got, as I see it, about half of our students, because the public deserves to know the truth. I mean, if we've got a problem, if we've got a goal, we've got to make that goal, that almost close to half the kids are not on grade level. Am I correct?
No,
Fair.
not proficient.
Are not proficient.
Well, you've got to do it, got to say it, I guess, in terms that I, as a layperson, although I'm a licensed teacher, or most people as lay people understand that they're not on grade level. They should be reading at, let's say, a certain level, and they're not reading at a certain level, or they must have no math at a certain level. So we've got about half our kids are not doing that, right?
I think that's a fair statement to say.
Okay. So what I want to hear about, and this isn't for this presentation, okay? And by the way, it's tough out there, especially after the pandemic. I'm not saying that we can snap our fingers and change all this, but we need to know what our plans are to get those things up. And for instance, if a child isn't reading on grade level, are we making sure that every one of those children, there's an intervention, that there's a reading intervention with every child who is not on grade level? Things like that. That's what I'm concerned about. But go
And
ahead.
I think that's a legitimate concern and appreciate that. You'll be hearing more in-depth reports on our data, both on October 4th. We'll be giving the key outcomes report at our work session there. And then the next day, on October 5th, you'll be meeting with representatives from the schools who will be telling you their data and informing you of the things they're doing to address those challenges that they have.
Right.
We're certainly not, I don't want to give the impression, sorry, Mr. Dennis, certainly don't want to give the impression that we take great pride at 51.1%.
No.
We're just trying to put it in context of where we're at across the state, across our like schools, and in our region.
And I'm not,
Certainly we have a lot
I
of
don't
work
want to
to
get
do.
you wrong. I'm not blaming anyone or saying it's anybody's fault or anything like that, okay? We've got to all get together, the board and the teachers and the administration, and have to make sure that we have a plan that works so that we can get up to those 80% figures and the like. That's what I'm talking about.
I just point out things, Bob. We're at 51.9. The highest in the state is 63, and that's for all subjects. There is no reading test per se after 8th grade.
8th grade, zero.
After 8th grade. The reading test for high school is the,
The ACT.
no, it's not the ACT. It's the English 2 course.
Math too, for English.
The math score in high school is for math, I think it's math 1, either math 1 or math 2. But it's not a reading test. It's on that subject.
So, Mr. Dennison, that would lead me to believe that we need to institute such a reading test. And
Well,
that we need
I-
to institute such a math test. We need to know where we are, and bless our kids, they're graduating, that's wonderful. But we need to look into and make sure that when we graduate these students, we're graduating them really on grade level.
I
Well,
think there's certainly evidence that would show us that we're doing that, with the number of college credits they get at Santa Community College, with the fact that they've got to get 22 credits through high school to graduate from high school through those teachers, and they're holding them to those standards throughout that time. But I think, as Mike's saying, we know there's work to be done, and our teachers and our staff are grinding on it as we speak, getting that work. And that's, you may also recall when we brought you our ESSER plan and looking at learning recovery and looking at those plans, that we talked about a screener in K through 8 that would allow our teachers to look at where our students are, dig into those learning gaps there, and address that. And so there's certainly work that's being done on that. So we're certainly grinding away. Our folks are grinding away to address that. But again, in the context of the state and the region and like school districts, that's really what we wanted to present today, certainly with the fact that it was released on Wednesday.
Okay.
And, you know, we might want to make note that, all right, we're sitting at that 51.9, and obviously, as you've said, we're not proud to be there. On the other hand, there are 92 school districts in North Carolina with less than that.
I understand.
And so, from that standpoint, you know, if you look at the total picture, not that we're going to put pride into it, but you look at that total picture, it still speaks well for the processes that were in place last year, because that means a lot of school systems are sitting well below 50%.
And I
read.
don't doubt there are many, many others that are not doing well, but you know something? Doesn't matter to me. We have to do better, much better, because why? Because our taxpayers demand that more than half of our students are on grade level. In fact, I think they demand that almost all of our students are on grade level, and that needs to be our goal. Whether it's achievable or not, I don't know, but that needs to be our goal.
I think we need to
taxpayers, but
we need to
students and
separate
parents.
this grade level and proficiency, Bob, because they're not the same. But I would also like to make some comments about the graduation rate. I'm getting tired of people saying that we're graduating students just to get our graduation rate up there that can't read. Any student that finishes passes the 22 required courses in North Carolina has to do that before they graduate. And they wouldn't be able to pass those courses if they couldn't read. So I don't know why people are trying to downgrade our graduation rate. I don't know if it's people thinking that, well, you know, they're trying to make us look bad so they can do something to make us look better, but I'm just tired of hearing that it's not true.
And let me agree with you. A lot of people get involved in hyperbole, and they like to say, well, our kids can't read. You know, no, that's not what it's all about. What it's all about is we want them to read well, okay? And we want them to read on grade level and, in fact, above grade level if we can possibly do it. And that's got to be our goal. So I'm not getting involved in that hyperbole, and I'm not saying, oh, it's a terrible job or anything like that. I believe we're doing a good job. I just want to make sure that we in fact do a better job, and I know that's your goal too. So we're all in it together, so to speak.
All right, Ms.
Dr.
Caldwell,
Locklear.
I was gonna say, Ms. Caldwell was wanting us to move on to see the rest of the presentation.
Well, I have one
Mr. Holmes
question.
has something he wanted to ask.
Dr. Locklear, if you can recall from the 2018-19 year and the 19-20 year, where has our position changed any, up or down? Can you recall?
I can't recall off the top of my head, Mr. Holmes. Of course, we do have on the left side where we were in those years, our composite proficiency in the state ranking
Oh, okay.
right
On the
there.
right there,
Yeah.
for each of the year.
I just didn't read it.
Yeah.
We've improved.
No, the answer is we're down 10 points in the overall composite GLP.
But the ranking
But
was.
State
ranking
ranking,
is-
the state ranking is.
That's interesting information, like Mr. Levy said, that's interesting information, but it's, and it's helpful to know because it helps us understand the broader context. But I think that there is no surprise, given what our children and teachers have been through in the last 18 months. We're going to be very interested, for example, Union County, Mr. Holmes has already gotten my attention on graduation rate as well as GLP. Dr. Locklear and I had a recent conversation where I said we might need to find out what's going on in Union County, find out those schools that bucked the trend. This is the beginning of that process. This is the first time we can compare to other districts and other schools. It comes as no surprise because our teachers have been doing common formative assessments and using other means by which to gauge students' reading ability. It's not like they were waiting for these outcomes to show up to know that our children were struggling. And so now we've got to turn this around from a deficit focus to looking at a growth focus. Now, just as Mr. Levy had indicated, where do we go from here? All right, so now that we've gotten the state results that validate what our suspicions were, I think that this then will begin to accelerate the work that our staff has already been doing. When I say staff, I mean our teachers and principals and those of us that support them, where we go from here. That'll be the subject of your conversations in October and November, when you've got other people in the room.
Just one point about Union County too, which is even more amazing. They had 3,600 graduates last year. So that means the number of students they have is significantly more than we have, and so what they've been able to accomplish.
Do you recall what the highest grade level proficiency has ever been for us? Because I was looking, and from 18 and 19, it was at 61.1, and now we're almost, 10 points lower? And I'm assuming because of COVID and everything, that messed it up a little bit. Okay.
All right, let's move on.
No, I have a comment. Madam Chair, I have a comment.
On this? Okay.
So, we just have to, to quote our great White House press secretary, I just want to circle back around to this conversation. Just for a couple points, we have to make sure that we are using the right metric for our performance. And to answer Mr. Dennison's questions, parents are concerned, and I'll tell you why parents are concerned. Because, first of all, it's much easier to be a pump than it is to be a filter. You know, in any educational pipeline, military, whatever, you can be a pump or you can be a filter. And here's where parents' concerns are. They continually hear, we have high graduation rates, which is great. But right there, our eighth graders have 52% proficiency. Then we pretend that 4 years later, somehow they're magically 95% proficient or 90% proficient. But I guarantee that just flies in the face of common sense. If our students are at 52% of them are at grade level at eighth grade, it is absolute fantasy to act like 4 years later they're at 75% or 90%. We just need to make sure that we're looking at the correct metric. And the correct metric isn't graduation rate. It is, are we producing educated students who are economically viable in whatever profession or trade they choose, whether they're going to college, military, VOTEC, fine arts, or performing arts. We just have to make sure that we're looking at the correct metric. And I would submit that graduation rate is not the correct metric. I would say that in this packet right here, there's probably a lot of emphasis on graduation rate, and perhaps that's the incorrect emphasis.
All right,
That is all. Thank you.
let's move on.
Yes, ma'am. We'll move on. I'll continue with composite grade level, and we will take a look at the regional comparison. So ours is 51.9%. That ranks us as first within our region. The regional average was 34.3%, and we're 17.6 percentage points above our region's average. When you look at like districts, in the context of our like districts, our composite grade level proficiency ranks us as number 3 of districts that look like us. The average for like districts is 49.1%, and we are 2.5 points above the like district average. Again, trying to put the data into some context. The ACT composite, let me make sure I get there we go. The ACT composite shows the percent of students who have met the University of North Carolina's benchmark of 17, which is their minimum admission requirement. Our district composite score of 61.5% is above the state average of 55.2 by 6.3 points. It's a bit more difficult to compare this to our like districts and the regional averages. Our team is working on that, just couldn't get it done this quickly. So we will bring that back and share with you in the future comparison of our ACT composite with our region and with like school districts.
I'm sorry, Mr. Metcalf, where are our scores on that? I'm obviously missing it. I see.
2021 on the far right, and it compares us from 2017, 18, 19, to 2021 at 61.5 is the district in blue, and then the state is in the orange.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Metcalf, if I could, if you'll forgive me on this, I may have missed this, or I may be missing something right now. It is true that Union County is one of our like districts?
Is Union County listed as one of our like districts on the chart? Let me look. I'm not sure that they are.
Not for size.
Size, how do they compare?
They are.
Brunswick, Carteret, Chatham, Dare, Haywood, Henderson County, Polk, and Union County. Yes, sir.
Okay, then, if they rank number 1 in the state in composite GLP, would they not be number 1 in our like district category as well?
They should
I
be.
just saw that too, Dr. Gramercy. We'll double check that. That was
Just for the,
number
just for the
4.
public record, just to acknowledge that, just for the purpose of full disclosure, then that way we can just confirm. If my understanding is incorrect, will correct me later, but if not, let the public record show that, that's just a mere oversight, and I'll take responsibility for not catching
Thank you.
that.
I'll
Yeah.
take
We-
that.
Right, either it was an oversight one way or the other, so we'll make sure.
We do have an interest in Union County.
Absolutely.
I do have one question on this. On the other slides, we presented where we stood in numerical order. You know, we were number 1, we were number 3, we were number 5. Here, we're not presenting that. Was the information not available?
The ACT, as I mentioned, it takes a little bit more difficult for us to get that with the ACT. The team is working on that to compare it
Okay.
both regionally and to compare it to like districts for you.
Okay,
We'll bring
I
that back. We
apologize.
just couldn't do it by,
Yeah.
just couldn't
Yeah,
get it
we
done.
don't have a nice state list that we can pull
Yeah.
these
Okay.
off
Yeah,
of
we
here.
just couldn't get it
so-
done in 2
Okay,
days.
I apologize if I missed that, if you mentioned that, Mr. Metcalf.
Yeah, you gotta
That'd be
do it.
part of our key outcomes report in October, right,
Yes.
Mike? Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So speaking of what happens next, the next slide, Dr. Metcalf. As noted before, we as a district will continue to dig into this data. We'll be doing a full review. Our planning, accountability, and research team working with us will be doing a full review and reporting of all those district outcomes. We'll present a presentation of that information at your October 4th work session. We also, as noted, as we've already talked about, our school teams are already digging into this data. They do what we call mining for greatest areas of need. What's those greatest areas of need in our data that we know if we focus on, we can have great impact on our kids' outcomes. And so that, you'll see some of that talked about and described in the school improvement presentations that'll be coming out on the 5th, the day that's the special work session on October 5th. Our teams then take it, the school level data, and then go down into the grade levels or go down into professional learning teams of teachers who teach the same subject or on the same grade level, and they're reviewing and learning about that data and what standards, what key themes do we take from this and apply as we continue to move forward? And then our teachers, of course, look at individual student outcomes. Where is Johnny, and how do we help support Johnny and his learning needs this year and grow him throughout the year? And so the next slide is just some dates that we've already noted a couple times in the presentation as we keep moving forward, including, I think Dr. Powers mentioned it earlier, but we'll be also reporting out on the district strategic plan and the data that's connected to those strategic plans. And so that'll be coming out on the November 4th, which will be another opportunity to look at data in a little different way. So just want to let you know what happens next and what's upcoming and how we'll continue to keep the board updated around our data and our outcomes. And certainly Dr. Metcalf and I are available for any additional questions.
Are there questions? Obviously, there'll be much, much more to come. Thank you for this preliminary report.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we'll move on now to, a big one, the school opening. Sure, do we need to take a break before we do that? 5 minutes, or are you good to go?
I'm
Okay,
ready
then
to,
let's
I'm ready to rock.
go.
Yeah.
Yep, you start. I mean, I'll hand it off to you.
Want me to leave after I do?
Yes.
Does anyone else come?
Nah.
Madam Chair, if you're prepared for item 3B,
sir.
I'll introduce Dr. Locklear, this time with Mr. Barath. Say
Yes.
nothing about their friendships.
Good afternoon again. As we said a couple minutes ago, it's day 11, and it's exciting being in and out of the schools over the first couple of weeks. There's nothing better than that happy noise inside a schoolhouse, and so it's been wonderful to be part of that. Our staff have done an incredible job opening up school, and we appreciate their focus and their continued flexibility as we continue to manage the COVID-19 pandemic. And so today, to give you some updates of the opening of the school year, first 10 days of school, we're going to hit several topics. John's going to be discussing updates related to transportation and child nutrition services. I'm going to give a brief update around athletics. The North Carolina High School Athletic Association communicated their decision a couple weeks before school started. Hot off the presses, we have our Day 10 student membership numbers we'd like to share with you as well. And then connected to that is some numbers and information around our Connect Virtual Academy. Dr. Appenfeld is going to give some brief staffing updates of where we are around opening of school and where we are with staffing and vacancies with that. And then Dr. Powers will be giving updates around COVID-19 management and quarantine impact, how we've been managing that over the last 2 weeks. And so I'm going to let John go ahead and jump right into some brief updates around transportation, child nutrition services.
Let you do that, it's fine. Okay, so transportation, just to get you some start-off numbers on there, and we'll move into some other information on this. To let you know how the routing started for the school year, through the summer leading up to the start of school, we had identified 91 buses that would be running 129 routes in the morning and in the afternoon. To remind the board why there's more routes than buses, buses run dual routes. They run an elementary route, then they turn and they run the high school route. This was done many years ago in response to the state tying the allotted pay to transportation funding to efficiency, which is heavily weighted on the number of children on a bus. So if you're on bus 80 and you drive in the morning for the elementary and you fill the bus halfway, you run it next to the high school and you fill it halfway, your bus 80 now has 100% seating. So they take into consideration just that bus, and you can combine those routes together. School districts across the state were all forced into changing and operating this manner. So that was just a quick little background on why you see those different numbers on buses and routes. The current plan for buses, and this is most recent as of end of day Friday, is that we have 87 drivers plus 2 substitute drivers running 129 routes. And how they do that is the difference in the drivers is made up through some routes being run double out back, or splitting, sharing between 2 buses to pick up the other load. 87 drivers and 1 substitute running 129 routes in the afternoon. Prior to the first day of school, just prior to the start of the first day of school on August 23rd, we had 8 drivers that were designated to drive for the morning and the afternoon resign their positions. Some moved on, decided that they wanted to go work elsewhere. Some did not give a reason. Some were unreachable. At the same time, we had 2 drivers drop their afternoon routes due to other work constraints. But they still drove the morning routes. But due to other work commitment, they could no longer drive an afternoon route. So that is how that happened there. These are elements and factors of things that we have no control over, but there are elements that we have control over to help and do things. And so I'm going to touch on both of those aspects through here. Just some numbers. You can see how on the first day of school we had just over 4,100 riders on the bus. Within 2 weeks, by the end of last Friday, we had just over 6,200 students. So just over 2,000 riders added to our buses over 2 weeks.
Well, do we know why? Well, why such a great jump?
I'm going to touch on some of that
Okay.
here in just a moment.
All right.
So that's a good segue into the next slide here. So another element that we just don't have control over, and I know Dr. Locklear and staff are going to talk about COVID in the schools and places, but also has a strong impact on drivers, that when a driver is quarantined, whether it's through a student on the bus or outside of driving a bus at other encounters, this has a heavy impact to the routes. And so we had 6 drivers as of last Friday that were quarantined. So this impacts their 6 routes. So that creates additional need for other buses and drivers to help by doubling routes, splitting routes. To add to this, just this morning, we learned that we had another driver end up requiring to be quarantined. So as of this morning, that number has changed to 7. Our substitute pool is a struggle. We designed the routes based off of the number of drivers that we had. We had a lot of drivers decide not to come back to drive during this COVID pandemic, and even currently. We had a policy in place that did require some to receive their bus license and to have them assign routes and drive, and we've had some other people at schools step up to substitute in the interim to help drive as many routes as possible, but we are still short of that. And as Mr. Levy had mentioned, one of the things that contributed to this is an area that we had control over, that we could have done a little better on, and that is we had some students who rode the bus last year who in the system did not migrate over to be assigned a bus this year. We had some crossover between the software system that did not occur as it was anticipated to. This was discovered, I think it was by day 2, we discovered this and began addressing that immediately. We also, as the board will recall, just prior to the start of school, an email that I had sent out had about the start up of transportation coming up for the new year, how the drivers were going to be out practicing. You'd see them on the roadways, their routes, and that they would be checking them against, you hear the phrase Synovia. Synovia is a tracking system we have in transportation that monitors every so many seconds. It updates the GPS position of the bus. It tells you when the door was open, when it was closed, when the flashing lights went on, its speed, all these elements. So they would be able to take that route that the drivers practiced and confirm them against the routes that were developed and to see if there were any glitches. This happened with some drivers, but not all the drivers. And so there was an opportunity there to go through and do all the drivers. That did not happen. So the result of that, you would have probably heard from parents and community that there were some pickup times that were not met as buses were going around. We had buses that some of them did not understand the complexity of the route turns, and they were struggling on the first day and 2 to get that pattern down. We also had some buses that had the routes done and drove them, but with the addition of students, it sort of convoluted their routing because there were students added that they did not understand which direction to turn to drop them off, so there were a lot of U-turns that happened, so it took a few days for that to get worked out with the drivers to where they had a succinct route to drive. So these are the updates on the first week. There'll be more coming as we collect additional data. I'll provide in the board monthly update on some numbers and some potential impacts and the mitigation of each of those, so the board can be aware and informed of that.
Let me ask, are you done in terms of the buses? 'Cause I don't wanna
Yes, for that
interrupt.
part, yes.
Okay. On the buses, we need more substitute drivers, am I correct? And I guess we need more drivers overall.
Correct.
Do we need, what's your suggestion? Do we need to offer them more money? Do we need to advertise for drivers more? I've no idea, but I suppose we need to find more drivers.
We did implement a pay scale a couple
Well,
of years
but-
ago.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm
Okay.
talking about
And then-
what's happening now, as opposed to, yeah, we upped it a little bit, but I don't know, do we need to up it more? Do we need to advertise? Do we need to find other people who can drive buses? I have no idea.
Yes, to answer your question, yes, we need to do more advertising, we need to do more reaching out, we need to go find others. The greatest struggle we have in drivers, when you think about it, is to have them come and drive that morning route. In some cases means you have to show up about 5:30 to do the safety start and everything for the bus, drive your routes, and then you're done after the high school and park the bus, say, by 9:15, 9:30, wherever the location may be. Then you have a duration of time until about 2 o'clock when you come back to do again, start the bus and safety walk, et cetera, of the bus. So you need someone who would have that structured availability to start that early in the morning, have that gap of time, and then come back and do the afternoon. That's the ideal driver. A lot of our drivers that we work with in our schools are those that are employed and they work maybe in cafeteria as a TA or custodian, and where they drive a morning or an afternoon. And that allows them to do morning duties, whether it's in the kitchen or at the school, or afternoon duties in the kitchen or at the school. So that's the best field we tap into. We've done that over many occasions, extended the offer. In some cases, it would give employees who are part-time employed full-time benefits. So we try to use that as a marketing opportunity to them. We also have in the past approached the community college for students looking to make additional funds to drive a morning or an afternoon around their studies. So there needs to be, again, a more concentrated effort.
So what are we doing? In other words, I know we've done all these things in the past. Are we doing all these things right now? Or,
We are resuming those now.
okay. Because I know that even in big cities, there is always that gap time. And the unions with big city bus drivers are always looking at that gap time and trying to figure out how bus drivers can be compensated for that gap time. So perhaps we need to be open to that. Perhaps we, maybe as a board, need to be open to giving our bus drivers more money than we're in fact giving them now, so we can get more bus drivers, because they have to be qualified. And just a thought.
Okay. Child nu-
I have a real quick transportation question.
Yes, sir.
Are all of our drivers, and have all of our drivers this year, academic year, properly licensed?
Yes, they all have their CDL and their bus license and pocket card.
Okay, thank you.
Does that include all substitutes?
That includes anybody behind the wheel of a yellow student transportation bus.
Okay, and can you assure the public that this time that we have had no unlicensed individuals drive any bus this year?
We have not
We have not what?
had any unlicensed drivers drive a bus this year. Sorry.
Thank you. Is that,
glad that-
is that helpful, Mr. Hensley?
It's helpful, but let me go just a little bit farther, and I know the answer is gonna be in the affirmative, just like you did. As I understand it, there is a license to drive a bus, and there's a separate license to drive a bus with students on it. Am I correct on that?
There's, yes, I believe it's called the PS on
Right,
the
right.
CDL.
So, we have not had any people driving buses without that, driving buses with students on it without that special license. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Are there any more transportation questions? Because this was big. We knew
Yes,
that
it
there
is.
would be a lot of discussion about this. So, thank you. All right, let's move on.
Okay, child nutrition, as you recall, the USDA has issued waivers that all student meals for this current school year will be offered free of charge regardless of status regarding free or reduced or paid lunches. So this was good news. There was a lot of anxiety in the summer building up to this, and when it came out towards the end of summer, right before school started, there was a lot of relief across school districts, not only here but in the nation. During the impact of this is demonstrated here, such as during the first week of school this year, and we compared it to 2019, which was our previous full enrollment back into school period. So this year, there were 9,769 breakfasts served, okay? Compared to 2019 of 6,803 breakfasts served during that same period. That's an increase of just under 2,000 breakfasts served, okay, in the same time period, same first week of school. Lunches, we had 26,232 served compared to 2019 of 25,151, just over 1,000 additional lunches served. So this is good news, okay, because as you know, child nutrition is an enterprise fund. So an increase in meal distribution increases their revenues, which keeps them operating in the black as far as an operational need. Highlights of this, Aberdeen Elementary served the most breakfasts in that week, and Pinecrest High School served the most lunches. Pinehurst Elementary and McDeeds Creek Elementary increased their breakfast participation by 90%. That has to do with the distribution of these being done at student points of entry and little kiosk stations where they can give the children their meal. Sorry, next slide.
Mr. Baraff, before
yes.
you leave there, just to be clear, the waiver goes through the entire school year, is that
Yes,
correct?
the entire
Through
year.
the end of, okay, okay, thank you.
So, and again, the breakfast benefit growth has been because we are able to hand the meals out to students as they enter the buildings in the morning, whether they enter where the bus drop-off is or they enter where the parent drop-off is. So you're able to get meals in students' hands they take to the classrooms and eat. So right now, also with the lunches that are being served, there's flexibility still with the schools on where to eat. We've already covered previously the requirements of physical separation and facing directions in the cafeteria. They're still using that at schools. They're eating in some classrooms, they're eating in some common areas, and on days weather permitting, they allow students to cycle outside to eat. So they're doing as much as they can in the schools to keep kids spread around. And you'll hear more about that on the update later on in this presentation and the impact that it's had. Also, because this has come up as a recent worry in some areas, just to confirm with the board that the Department of Child Nutrition continues to engage on a regular basis actively with the vendors to monitor the supplies of food product and supplies. Some districts in other areas of the country have seen some impacts to food availability. Some have seen impact to paper products availability. And so we rely heavily on both. So our department continues to monitor that and engage with the vendors to anticipate if there's anything forthcoming that would have an impact on the supply chain. So that completes child nutrition meals. So if there's any questions on that, we'll pause. Yes, sir.
I'd like to tie this back to the survey questions. I pulled out my calculator and looked at these numbers as you were presenting them. Another way of looking at these, the enrollment's what, 12,000 students? That's what I used, roughly 12,000 system-wide.
Showing about 12,700.
Okay,
about
using
780.
12,000, that's the number I used. This would actually not be as good. But That's 5,246 lunches per day system-wide. If you look at it this way, 57% of our students do not take lunches, and they're free, right? 84% of our students don't take breakfast, and they're handed to them as they walk through the door. So you have 84% of our students going, no, don't hand me that, right? I think we ought to do a survey to find out why 57% of our students aren't interested in a lunch that's free.
I can answer part of that question. It's called high school, and it's called the number of children who have access to leaving campus. And that's only part of the answer, but, you know, if you're taking a course at Sandhills, it's a direct path from Pinecrest to Chick-fil-A to Sandhills is about how it works. So, not that it's on the way, but they managed to make that swing by to do that kind of thing. And we do have a lot of high schoolers who are out after 1:30, who just wait to eat.
Right.
But I will say on behalf of my new kindergartner out at West End, she picks up that grab-and-go bag on the way in and had her very first honey bun one day. And that's why I knew she'd had breakfast at school, because she'd never had a honey bun before. But she's excited to go through the cafeteria line and pick up lunch, and says the food is good. I have another granddaughter at West Pine, and she says it's not quite as good as at West End, but it's well worth eating. And then I've got a high school granddaughter who won't touch it. So, you know, a lot of it has to do with their age.
You bring up an interesting point. Is there anything nutritional being served? I know you
Yes,
got a
there
honey
is,
bun,
but
but
she remembered the honey bun. She couldn't remember getting lunch, but she remembered her honey bun.
There are nutritional requirements with every meal that need to be met.
And she did have applesauce with it and juice. She knew that.
sugar,
Uh-huh.
sugar.
Yeah, she knew those things. So, and if you read the school lunch menu, which I understand is a county-wide menu, the offerings sound very good, and they're varied. I was really impressed with what was actually on the menus, and that the children had a choice as they were going through lines.
And that's been a great opportunity this year, is that we are able to offer choices during the pandemic period. We were not able to offer choices in most cases because you would have too much waste. So this gradually opened up, as you recall, last January, with additional students coming in at elementary grades. We were able to implement choice for those students because the numbers were high enough in the school.
And this just brings up a whole nother worry, because I think school lunch should be free for all. It's wonderful that we've been able to do that for these 2 years, but when it ends at the end of next year, it's a real worry that there'll be kids who fall through the cracks and don't get food again. So it would be wonderful if funds were spread such that we could continue to always feed children within our schools.
I can share that in Jan Lovelady, our Director for Child Nutrition, her conversations and meetings with the state, they express the same desire, and multiple states across the country have been expressing the same.
That would be great. Thank you.
And John, with each school, it doesn't really give the opportunity to go through the cafeteria to go through their classes like our new schools, like Pinehurst, correct? Because I know, like, as far as, I'll just say Cranes Creek, they go straight in and they go to their classrooms, but if they want to go to the cafeteria, they have to go another way. So I think with that could be a difference of breakfast or not. Because a middle schooler, you say you want breakfast, we're going, we're good, and they'll go. Versus if someone hands you something, you're more than likely going to eat it.
And
So I think
that's been the experience.
Yeah.
And that's the result of this opportunity with the free meals. Before, if a student wanted breakfast, you had to enter their Power School number to
Yes.
account for whether it was free, reduced, or it's charged against their account
Right.
for a paid meal. And so that's part of why the numbers were lower, and you're seeing the increase this year. Exactly.
Well, so Mr. Levy and I saw it up at Robbins.
Yes.
Saw the grab-and-go bags as the kids came in, and the children were taking them, and our lunch service ladies were making a real special point of asking children if they wanted one, especially the younger ones, who sometimes didn't know what, didn't follow through with what it was. But, yeah, they were very well received.
Okay.
Shall we continue, Madam
Yes,
Chair?
let's move on.
Thank you.
So I'm gonna hit a couple items here, a quick update around athletics and our day 10 numbers, and while I'm doing, I'm gonna ask Dr. Metcalf to come on and join me. He's gonna hit on our Connect Virtual Academy information. But, about a week and a half, 2 weeks before the school year began, the High School Athletic Association announced that, contest that is canceled due to COVID-19, whether it's a team or individual issues or quarantine, and that contest cannot be rescheduled or made up, it will be considered a no contest. It will not count as a win or loss. So that was announced a couple weeks before the school year began. When we put this slide together, as of September 2nd, no MCS athletic teams were under group quarantine, but we do have one that will be under group quarantine, a middle school team that will be under group quarantine today. We just found out that information today. So we're happy that it hasn't been any more than it has, but we continue to monitor that and continue to respond to that as we have to. The next information I'd like to share with you is not scare, it's actually very encouraging. I'm just getting where I need a drink of water or something. I'm starting to fumble my words. But this actually is very encouraging data. Our Day 10 student membership numbers, as you can see, this is a chart that shows every school in their grade levels and the number of students that have been verified to be attending in that grade level for that school. In the gray, you see the total membership of each school this year as of Day 10, going all the way down. And in the orange is a comparison to last year's Day 20. So that's why you see it compared at the bottom, and you also see it compared on the right side. And then the change is denoted on the right side. Green, meaning they've grown in comparison to last year. Red, meaning the number has went down in comparison to last year. I'll just concentrate on the big number, if you will. Our total Day 10 membership, as reported on Friday, is 12,792 students, in comparison to last year being 12,444. So last year, when we opened the school year, we saw about 97% of the students who had attended the previous year, that number returned. So we had about a 3% number that went down from the previous year. We took a 3% hit for COVID. And so it's very encouraging to see that we do see our student membership numbers rebounding from the pandemic, essentially to where we were prior to the pandemic. The next slide just kind of brings that out to a higher treetop. Again, the total membership broken out by grade level, that's 348 more students than we saw on Day 20 last year. And this is still Day 10. We still could see that number fluctuate a little bit as we move through the next 10 days. The state takes Day 20 numbers. That's what's reported to the state. So we can see that fluctuate a little bit, but we're seeing a real positive trend there as we've opened up the school year.
By the way, how does
You
that-
did make clear that the Connect Academy is included in the.
Yes, sir. I was about to make that point. Yes, sir. Thank you.
maybe this goes to Dr. Grimacy. How does this compare to our budgeting estimate that we gave to the county? We're up 348. Do you remember what we estimated the county?
We're above it. Mr. Cox, can you help me with, can you be more
12.4.
specific?
I believe it was
12.4.
12.4.
I believe it was 12.4.
About 400 below.
Mr. Cox, are we in the ballpark if we? Yeah, let's, 12, I know you're not looking for specific numbers,
No,
but
no,
it's,
no,
it's
no, I'm
it's
just
well
wondering-
above, well
I just-
above.
It's well above what we estimated to the
Right,
county.
which would mean that if it holds, then we could be eligible for more funding from the state than we had budgeted.
Well, we should also maybe need more money from the county because we had advised them that we would go up a certain amount, and we've got a certain amount more, and with every kid, with every student that we have, we need money to educate them, I guess is the bottom line.
No argument from me, Mr. Lee.
Okay, move on.
I'll follow up on Dr. Grimacy's comment about the Connect Academy. And these numbers do include our membership in the Connect Academy. You may recall that the Connect Academy is not a standalone school. It is still connected to each individual school. And so this overall student membership includes our Connect Academy membership. And I think we certainly can make a logical a logical thought or a logical case that's been part of the reason why we've been able to rebound as positively as we had from pre-pandemic, is by continuing to be able to offer this option to our parents and our school community. We have approximately 620 students in the Connect Academy, and Dr. Metcalf's going to dive in a little deeper into the Connect Academy and that data.
Well, you're one off,
One
Dr.
off.
Locklear. It's actually 621 students currently enrolled in the Connect Virtual Academy. The majority of those, as you can see, are at the secondary, with 295 in grades 9 through 12. We have 16 teachers plus one EC teacher working full-time with these students. In addition, we have several CTE teachers who have virtual classes built into their schedule. So they may teach, for example, 2 in-person classes and then 1 virtual class with the Connect program. We have 1 CTE teacher at Union Pines who is a combination of virtual in-person at the same time. He's taken on that challenge. That's so that we could offer that particular class that's at Union Pines. Exceptional education has been a challenge for us. We've 101 exceptional education students in the Connect Academy. We have 1 assigned full-time teacher to that program. In addition, however, we do have staff members who are providing support to the students as well as their in-person students in their home school in some cases. That's been one of our challenges. Interestingly, we had 350 students enrolled on July 30th, and that jumped by 200 students or so during the month of August as some of the challenges kind of popped up. Virtual Academy, the Connect Virtual Academy is closed for this semester. We'll open registration again for the second semester, likely in November. Of course, parents who are, for any reason, are uncomfortable with the in-person instruction can work with their home principal for a remote learning option. So that's still available to parents who might request it from their homeschool principal. Just some highlights. We have 49 students who are taking advanced placement classes through NCVPS. We have 4 additional taking AP classes through the North Carolina School of Math and Science and their distance learning program. We're offering over 384 NCVPS classes for high school students to take some of their electives. We have 17 middle school students who are taking advanced math or world history in the program. We have a collaboration with the Arts Fellow program at Southern Middle School. They have a Connect program. It's offering a virtual art, music, and theater to our KA students on a kind of a rotating basis. Again, 101 EC students who are working collaboratively with the schools to provide support to. And every school in the county has at least 1 student who is elected to attend classes through the Connect Virtual Academy.
Can I ask a question on Connect?
Yes, sir.
Is Connect responsible for dealing with our quarantine students? Or how are we dealing with our quarantine students in terms of continuous learning?
Quarantine students would be remote learning. They would be working with their particular principal at the school level to provide that support to those students and the learning for those students at their home school.
Okay, and
Connect
maybe,
is a separate program from.
so it's just not Connect Academy. And the other thing is, I understand.
I have a follow-on question to yours.
Oh, go ahead, you go ahead and
So,
interrupt me.
you guys, sorry to interrupt, but you guys mentioned that it's a separate program, but is it standardized between the schools? Are there standards that each principal has to meet for those quarantine students and the services we provide?
I would not say it's standardized necessarily, because it's going to be by class, by subject, by school, but the overall, the expectation is that we're doing anything we can to work with that parent, work with those kids as best possible in that remote setting. It could look in a classroom where they're working what we call our learning management systems, which would be Canvas or Google Classroom or Seesaw. They've got some things they can do there. They also may be having some synchronized opportunities to come into the classroom, and so that teacher is working with those kids or those students as best possible. And also, as we understand, simultaneously managing the kids that are in front of them. So it's a challenge, but I do believe our teachers will continue to manage that as best possible.
Okay, I do want to point out that I did get a complaint from one parent that and I just referred this on because I'm sure you guys took care of it, and I don't want to get into any specifics. But I just want each teacher and each principal to understand that if a student is quarantined it is still the responsibility of the teacher, the principal, or somebody to make sure that the child has assignments and is continuing in school remote. Just as if he wasn't, he was in school or she was in school. And the other question that I have, and maybe this could be deferred to our meeting with council, is I understand that the new law on schools impacts the future of Connect Academy. And I'd like to know a little bit more about that because I'm real fuzzy about it. And I personally, I want to see Connect Academy continue because I think it's an asset to the school.
Okay, let's go treetop today, and then we'll come back for the
Okay.
forest floor in the future. Dr. Locklear?
Yes, sir, and there was several things that were tossed around in the Senate bill, but the version that was signed into law by the governor on, I believe, the 30th of August, if I'm not mistaken, allows for this type of virtual instruction to continue this school year. But if if a school district was going to move forward with a virtual academy past this school year, they can't do that without legislative intervention unless they already had a school number requested from the Department of Public Instruction that they could use for that. We did that in anticipation of
Yes.
potentially at some point having our own standalone virtual academy last year. So we have a school number. It's inactive. We hadn't activated because the school board did not endorse that to move forward in that fashion. But we do have that number, and our plans are to bring back to you a recommendation, either yes, we believe we should do this, because there is a cost that is associated with that. We're going to need to be bringing data and information to you around that. And our plans are to do that in very early spring and second semester.
Okay, I would hope so because I'm extremely interested in that. Thank you.
I have a question on the remote learning for the ones in quarantine. Do you have any fix on how many districts in North Carolina are doing that? Because every other district I've seen is not offering anything. If they're in quarantine, they're not getting remote instruction.
I do not, and I'm sure districts are doing everything they can to support their students, but I don't have any specifics. No, sir.
I would hope regardless of what our other districts do, that every student should be able to go to school every single day. And if that has to be remote, it's remote. But it should be school every single day because that's what the people expect, and that's what I hope we all expect. Yeah.
A lot of districts aren't doing it.
Well,
Yeah.
good for them,
Good for us.
but better for us
Right.
because we are doing it.
Not
And
good for them.
that's one of the reasons why I'm not so concerned about other districts' levels of proficiency. I want ours to be above wherever we are.
Any final questions on Connect Academy?
Just one other quick question. I couldn't help but notice it seemed like we had a high percentage of EC children, EC students in Connect Academy, somewhere around 20%, maybe 18, 20%. What percentage of the general population are EC? 10%, 5%?
About 12%.
About 12%. So they're overrepresented in the Connect Virtual Academy.
In many cases, these are most high-needs physical students as well.
Right.
You can understand that.
Yeah, I don't have an analysis of it. I just think maybe we should understand why, but clearly you guys probably already do.
Okay, let's move on.
Yes, and I'm going to ask Dr. Appenfels, I believe. Yes, Dr.
She's there.
Appenfels
She's
to
ready.
join us to do a brief overview of our staffing situation as we open up the school year.
Am I clicking?
I can click. I'll be happy to.
Okay.
Clicker.
Good afternoon, Ms. Carter. Ms. Carter, board members, Dr. Grimacy. While we're currently at day 11, I believe, are we not? I heard day 10, but I think we're at day 11. I thought it may be instructive for us to examine data on vacancies that align with data we're already required to submit to the state. Annually, we submit first-day vacancy information for certified employees, including teachers, student support services, and administrators. As a reminder, student support services includes positions such as school counselors, school social workers, and psychologists. On the 40th school day, we annually submit a similar report to the state. That's been in law for some time. As you can see from the data on the slide, on the first day of this school year, we had a total of 38 vacancies for these three categories of employees. That is, teachers, student support services, and administrators. Of these 38 vacancies, 26 were traditional classroom teacher vacancies, 6 were exceptional children teacher vacancies, and the remainder were student support vacancies, administrator, and other specialized license vacancies. Assistant Director for Human Resources, Andrea Burton, has kept a finger on our surrounding school district vacancies, and we are certainly not alone facing the challenge of recruiting qualified teachers and other employees. 5 of our surrounding counties, all smaller school districts, had licensed vacancies ranging from 8 to 61. Our largest neighboring school district had 161 licensed vacancies. Since day one, while we've had additional resignations, we've also had good numbers of employments. Regretfully, we remain, as of this morning, at 39 licensed vacancies, one more than we had as the school year began. We are, in essence, remaining at the same vacancy level we were 2 weeks ago.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. Does that include bus drivers too, or no?
We're talking about licensed
License,
vacancies
okay,
right now.
just want to make sure.
What do schools do with classes that don't have a teacher? Our principals use a number of strategies. Particularly at the high school level, principals may encourage some teachers to teach an additional class during a planning time to ensure effective instruction in these classes. In a number of cases, substitutes are being used, while regular content teachers are providing support through lesson planning and grading. Sometimes principals are forced to remove a particular class from the schedule for the current semester because they can't find a qualified teacher to teach it. In other cases, the vacancies are created by newly allotted positions, so class sizes are heavier, waiting the employment of a teacher to fill a new position. The teacher shortage is real, and while we're usually not as heavily impacted as some of our neighboring school districts, we are impacted, and this impact matters to our students. There is no substitute for an effective qualified teacher in the classroom. Our teachers and other employees deserve our support, and overt support for our employees and the school district are critical if we're going to effectively compete for the very best teachers and other employees. That's our reality. In addition to a number of other strategies aimed at teacher recruitment, throughout the summer, Ms. Burton has combed through teacher assistant personnel files, looking for those who may qualify to teach via an alternative licensure means. She has similarly reviewed substitute files, contacting any who appear to qualify. To date, 10 teacher assistants have been hired as teachers, and 9 substitutes have been employed as teachers. We are all grateful for her efforts. These efforts have made a tangible difference, as have the efforts of our principals and other administrative teammates. You may click.
Yes, ma'am.
While classified vacancies don't make the headlines as often as teacher vacancies, our classified positions make it possible for our schools to function, for our teachers to teach, and for our students to attend schools that provide a healthy, positive learning environment. While the state does not track classified vacancies like they do licensed vacancies, this slide documenting 57 first-day vacancies does demonstrate that we also have gaps in these ranks. As of this morning, the total number of classified vacancies stands at 44. These numbers do not include bus drivers, to your question, Ms. Caldwell. We are dedicated to continuing the search with the goal of finding excellent adults to lead our children in their instruction and to lead our operations so that our children can get to and from school, eat nutritious meals, and learn in clean, functional spaces. I'm happy to attempt to answer any questions you may have.
I have to say, though, it's still needing that many teacher assistants. You also needed more teacher assistants this year than you have
Yes,
in previous years
That's right,
because of the
because of the
addition of the
addition.
second grade ones.
and we're robbing them. Where we can rob teacher assistants to become teachers, you exacerbate this problem, but it's the right exacerbation, if that's a word, to conduct at this time.
Dr. You mind? Give me just a
Yeah,
second.
Mr. Holmes has a question.
I defer.
Yeah, I promise it won't
I
take that
defer.
long. When you were talking a little bit about planning periods. Could you reiterate, are teachers teaching straight through these planning periods?
Yes, and sometimes what you'll see, Mr. Holmes, is on the personnel report, you might see that a teacher's teaching a fourth or a fifth period, and then they have to add an hour and a half for high school teachers to their day at the end of the day for their planning, and we pay them additionally to add on an extra class period when students are in schools.
I think, planning period is a very important part of a teacher's day.
It is.
And I think we need to do all that we can to give as much planning period back to them as possible. It's,
They don't lose their planning period, they just have to do it a little later in the day.
yeah. Well, and so we lost two, this is all first day vacancies
Correct.
So we lost 2 police officers?
We have 2 vacancies, yes.
Vacancies?
It's not that we lost them.
Okay.
And we still have 2 of those today. For instance, today we have 9 ECTA vacancies and 8 regular TA vacancies, so.
If I could add, in my meetings with the Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors and also this morning with Partners in Progress, we are not immune from the employment demands that other businesses are facing. So, what you see here is somewhat of a reflection for us. It's a reflection for the employment environment. How does this compare with past years? You were able to compare with teachers. You could see we're better than last year, but worse off than previous years. How about classified employees? How does this?
Sometimes the comparison's not fair. The teacher assistant ranks is a good example. We added 34 positions, and so that's not even a fair comparison. Custodians can tend to be a higher number. I don't recall us starting the year with 11 vacancies. And then the others are scattered. That happens from time to time. Cafeteria is a little harder in a COVID environment. The relaxation of the bus driver requirement for child nutrition has helped. And as of today, there are 4 cafeteria assistant vacancies. So our folks are working on it. Bradley Garner has, there aren't enough hours in the day sometimes for our people to get school started and still be conducting interviews and filling positions. And I suspect that has impacted maintenance. It's a time thing. There's just not enough hands to do all that's necessary at given times in our work. Particularly because unlike other businesses, our hiring is less spread out throughout the year. Though we do that, it's a crunch to get ready for the first day of school. So our dynamic, Dr. Grimacy, you're right, we're not immune and we're different in that way. So.
And I know it's called something different. I'm sorry, I know you wanted to speak. Just real quick. I know you call it something different, but the lateral entry, are we still doing those type of things where teachers can earn their degree as they're teaching in the classroom, or is that?
We are. There are a number of ways that we are using alternative means. We have what's now called the residency licensing process that replaced lateral entry. We also have emergency licenses, permits to teach, and limited licenses that requires many steps to get people through. But the state is doing all that it can to give us more options.
Well, you have some board members that are teachers if you need us. I mean,
I'll go in and
I am
I'll
licensed.
volunteer. We can't
can get
work
paid.
for the district, but some
we heard
Got
it
your
here.
bus driver over
so
there.
some of our board members are teachers and will come in and substitute for free. Can't work for the district.
Mr. Levy, I believe
But,
you have a question?
Yeah, I do. Supplements, all right. Would it help if we had greater supplements for our teachers? And where do we rank among the counties around us in terms of supplements for teachers?
Are immediately contiguous, we're pretty good, but we can't compete with Chatham. We cannot compete with Wake and Guilford and some of those school districts. And I apologize, I don't have those numbers in front of me, Mr. Levy. Ours is a little more complicated. We got away from a percent-based supplement. That was a really easy thing to explain, and we've had to come away from that. And I think from a recruiting perspective, if you can tell somebody, I mean, you're getting 12% supplement, 18% supplement. We had a person leave and supplement was, 5% difference. And you can't blame people who are trying to pay their bills and the drive is the same for them. You can't blame them.
Well, what I'm asking is, would it help if in our next budgetary times, we upped our supplement?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Then maybe you could give us, not now, not right here, but give us some recommendations
I can do
as to how you think we could become more competitive vis-à-vis, maybe not Wake County, maybe not Mecklenburg, but maybe vis-à-vis Union County or Lee or Chatham or things like that, so that we can get those teachers coming over here rather than our teachers maybe going over there.
The hard thing here is cost of living here. I cannot in good faith go out and tell somebody it's cheaper to live here than it is in these other places, because it isn't necessarily. So supplement can make a difference. Is it going to solve the problem? Probably not, but it could help exacerbate the problem. Yes, sir.
So maybe you could help us and give us some recommendation in the near future, not right this second, as to how we might work our supplements into getting some of the teachers a little bit more money to incentivize them to come here.
All right, we got a big topic ahead, so let's move on. Thank you, Dr. Appenfeld.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Appenfeld. As Dr. Powers is coming up to give us a briefing, an update on COVID-19 restrictions and how we've worked with, continue to work through quarantine management, I did want to mention Dr. Grimacy mentioned earlier on your action agenda next week, you'll have an item around Senate Bill 654, and we mentioned Senate Bill 654 just a moment ago, that requires school boards to review their masking or face covering policy in practice on a monthly basis. At your August 9th school board meeting, the board did vote to require masking indoors, pre-K-12, and that your intent was to look at it on a monthly basis. When you made that decision, and you set a date for October 4th to look at that again and to talk about that again. And so there will be an item on the agenda next week that, just to stay in technical agreement with the law, for you to make a decision to continue to re-endorse that intention to look at it again in October. So I just want to give a little information. We'll have an executive summary we put together that sums that up, but it's just to stay in technical agreement with the law. I think your intent was to look at it every month, but we wanted to give ourselves a good full month as we began the year, was where that recommendation came from. So just wanted to hit that with you. I'll be coming to you next week to present that to you. And I'll turn it over to Seth unless there's a question about that. I hope I didn't confuse anyone with that. I was just trying to give a precursor to where that was coming from. Seth?
Okay. Thank you, Tim. Just to provide some updates on our current COVID-19 restrictions. So there have been a few minor changes since we last updated the Strong Schools NC Toolkit from DHHS. They have changed some language in that and aligned their COVID-19 symptoms list to be the exact same as what's in the CDC guidance. They've also added additional guidance on higher risk instruction and extracurricular activities that involve such things as exercising, playing musical instruments or singing, and basically what the wording states that performance activities should be held outside if possible. If held indoors, wear a mask and physically distance students at least 6 feet apart for those higher risk instruction and extracurricular activities. The toolkit also clarified language that the modified quarantine option does not apply to extracurricular activities and that includes athletics, as we had discussed previously. Related to quarantine management and how that continues to be done, our Moore County School staff continues to communicate daily with the Moore County Health Department. I can attest that over the last couple of weeks has been, as you're all aware, been very heavy. It's been generally multiple communications per day with the Moore County Health Department, and they provide that guidance related to positive cases in our schools. We continue to meet formally once a week with our Moore County school staff and the Moore County Health Department staff, and discussing the management in our schools and how that's going and any adjustments that we need to make. Positive cases in our schools continue to be handled on a case-by-case basis in discussion with Health Department staff. In general, when quarantines are necessary, the Moore County Health Department is requiring 14-day quarantines. And when there is a confirmed or suspicion of transmission within a classroom or group, what we would term to be secondary transmissions, meaning it was spread within that group, that will likely require a classroom or group closure for 14 days per the direction of the Moore County Health Department. So now let's take a look at what some of our case totals for infections and quarantines have looked like since the beginning of school. You'll see that for the week of August 23rd, which was that first full week of school, the county of Moore reported 85 new age 0 to 17 cases during that first week for Moore County schools. That first week, that meant 55 new infections for us, for students, and that resulted in 242 student quarantines during the first week of school. Wanted to provide some information for last week as well. We had to cut that data off last Wednesday, September 1st, in order to have the information in for it to be shared with the board and for this presentation. So although that says TBD for the County of Moore information on 0 to 17, I did receive email earlier this afternoon from Matt Garner. Matt shared that our weekly totals for last week, August 30th, and this is for the full week since it came from the Health Department, August 30th through September 5th last week, the new County of Moore new cases age 0 to 17 was 150 for last week. I will share that is the highest weekly total to date for that age group. That was also the highest total among all age groups in Moore County last week, and that's the first time that has happened.
The previous high was 102.
Correct, a couple of weeks ago.
So that 150 number is students, am I right?
It is
0 to 17.
0 to
age
17,
group.
okay, yeah,
Throughout the community.
right, but 0 to 17, which
Correct.
essentially is
So-
student age.
So with the chart, if there were 150 new cases reported last week, 54 of them were in the Moore County schools. That means there's 100 cases
Well, just let
approximately
me share this. So the
elsewhere.
150 is for all of last week, August 30th through September
Okay.
5th. The 54 new cases in Moore County School were for Monday through Wednesday of last week. So there
But-
were additional,
So, but there are cases elsewhere. These are not reported just for
correct,
MCS.
correct.
It's important, when I issue weekly reports to you all and I speak to this issue, it's very important that you first take about 24% off that number for ages 0 through 4. Okay, so I don't want to assume that you have to take those out, and then that number is the number that you look at to see what the distribution is between homeschooling, traditional public schools, charter schools, and private schools. But you've got to take the 0 through 4 out first. And we don't have that right now. We just have that 150. We don't have that further breakdown.
We don't, and what I could do is, I could update this chart for the full week next week and share that out if
That's
that
correct.
would be helpful. We could
That's
certainly
correct.
do
But
that.
check with me before you do that, because I have a spreadsheet that does that.
Okay.
Okay.
So, the new cases Monday through Wednesday of last week for Moore County schools was 54 new cases. And the number of quarantines associated with those 54 new cases for Monday through Wednesday of last week was 260. Then if we look at the totals, the total new cases for August 23rd through September 1st, which was basically our first 8 days of school. Total new cases was 109, and there were 502 quarantines associated with those 109 infections through the first 8 days of school. The total number, just FYI, that TBD too, when you add up that 150 and 85 for those, the total weeks there, that's 235 new County of Moore age 0 to 17 cases. I did want to point out just some of the notes at the bottom. You know, as we all know, all students are required to wear masks indoors. The quarantine numbers that you see, those quarantines are generally due to exposures when unmasked or when masking was compromised, for example, during lunch, outside when without distancing, or just plain old non-compliance at times by students. So that's where those numbers come from in general. And then
Let me just say, the non-compliance isn't rebellion, it's preschool, it's EC, self-contained, some classes where it's reasonable that it is more challenging to use masks in
At
those.
times, and of course, our school staff do a wonderful job of reminding students, but of course, you know, school staff can't be on top of students at all times. A good example is, which you'll see in just a moment when I share some actual examples that we've had, is on a bus. A full bus with a student sitting in the middle or the back and the bus driver's driving. He may not see that student take their mask off and sit without the mask on, is another good example. So
Let's move on to that.
yep, so let's do. So looking at this first example, and again, these are actual examples that have happened since the beginning of school. The first one is an elementary school bus/classroom with a positive case. So in this particular example, the student started symptoms on 8/29, and then the student rode the bus to school on 8/30. So does everybody see a problem with that right off the bat? So I do want to take just a moment to re-emphasize how important it is for our families. Please, if your students are symptomatic, please keep them at home, consult your health care provider, and follow their directions. Please don't send them to school if they are symptomatic. So this particular student sat in the middle of the bus and removed their mask for the 40-minute ride to school. There were 69 total students on the bus, which you could understand why it might have been difficult to spot a student in the middle of the bus without their mask on with that many kids on the bus. 29 students were determined to be close contacts with the positive student and were required to quarantine. So that's the situation that was on the bus with this positive student. So now let's talk.
Had everybody been without masks, you would have lost 69.
Well, possibly. It would have depended on the close contacts, and I will talk more about that in the next slide.
Okay.
But let's look at the classroom now. So in the classroom, all students, including the positive, were masked appropriately and consistently. So based on the new DHHS masking guidelines, that meant that 30 students in the classroom, of the 30 students in the classroom, none were required to quarantine based on that new guidance. Even if they were within 6 feet, if they were both masked appropriately and consistently, no quarantine is required as long as those individuals remain asymptomatic. So now let's look at this.
But if you get somebody to contact that parent, that would be important.
Now let's look at this as an example. What if masks were optional in this example? So let's look at the classroom first. So we said there were 30 students in the classroom. So one of those students was positive. So if masks were optional, and we knew that none were required to quarantine, any of the remaining 29 students in the classroom who were unmasked and a close contact with the positive would have been required to quarantine in that situation. And in just thinking about in general in the classroom and on the bus, if a student in a cohort were to be unmasked with an unmasked COVID positive individual, the likelihood of spread is increased among that group. And if spread is suspected or confirmed among the cohort through additional symptomatic or positive individuals, the whole cohort would be required to quarantine for 14 days. That goes back to what I shared about the health department's guidance related to when secondary transmission occurs among a group, they are going to move to quarantine that entire group. And when individuals in a group are unmasked, spread is much more likely when there is a positive individual in that group, especially if the positive is the one that is unmasked. And in this scenario, since he didn't wear it on the bus, odds are wouldn't have been wearing it in the classroom as well. So let's look at a different example. This is a middle school that involves a positive case on the bus and in the classroom as well. So symptoms for this student began on 8/27, and their last day at school was 8/27. The student rode the bus, sat in the middle back of the bus, and all students were masked appropriately and consistently for the 35-minute ride. There were 35 students on the bus, and none were required to quarantine based on the new DHHS masking quarantine guidance. So there's the difference. When everybody's masked consistently and appropriately, you don't have the need to quarantine. Let's look at the classrooms that this student was in. So everyone in all 5 of this student's classrooms were masked appropriately and consistently. In classroom 1, there were 26 students, classroom 2, 24 students, classroom 3, 26 students, classroom 4, 28 students, and in classroom 5, 23 students. So there, over 100 students that were associated with this positive student in his classes or her classes. Only 5 students were required to quarantine, 4 from lunch exposure for the class where lunch occurred, and 1 from an extracurricular activity that they were involved in. So we can see there that's a good outcome. That's about as good as it can get.
Seth, I wanted to add too, because I think about being unmasked in a middle school hallway as well when you're transitioning, how you could spread that just by walking down the hall, not with a mask on, because it is crowded in those hallways.
Yep. So let's look at this particular example. What if masks were optional in this example? So both in the classroom and on the bus, as we discussed from the previous example, any unmasked students on the bus who were determined to be close contacts would have been required to quarantine if they were not wearing a mask. Any unmasked students in all 5 classrooms who were determined to be close contacts would have been required to quarantine. So in addition to just the 4 students from lunch, any students who would have been sitting within 6 feet of the positive student and unmasked in those other, in the 5 classrooms would have also been required to quarantine. And then, as I shared from the previous example as well, just when there is a positive among a group and people are unmasked, the likelihood of spread and potential group quarantine of everybody in the group is much more likely.
Seth, I have a question on the lunch thing where if something happens there because the masks are off sometimes, it's different than a classroom. So what's the difference there again?
So anytime, if a person is, and when students are eating, they are unmasked. And so many of the quarantine numbers are the result of lunch. Now, as John shared earlier, our principals, schools are doing their very best to keep students spread out at lunch. If they can go outside, they're encouraged to do that. If there are larger spaces in their schools where they can have the students be spaced 6 feet apart and eat, they're encouraged to do that, and they try to. But ultimately, in the end, if they're eating in their classroom with everybody back in school, it's more than likely it's less than 6 feet, and there are going to be some students that are within 6 feet of a person. And if they turn up positive, those students would have to quarantine.
Okay, thanks.
Yes. Final example I want to share is a high school example, and this involves an athletic team with a positive case. We had a student athlete that had symptoms begin on 8/13. They were last with the team on 8/12. There were 18 members of this particular athletic team, and all members were masked appropriately and consistently during team activities. That included, team activities included practices, included also some travel to other games or scrimmages.
Was this an indoor sport or an outdoor sport?
Actually an indoor sport.
Okay.
There were no quarantines required based on the new DHHS masking guidance, based on all students being masked appropriately and consistently. And if we take a look at this example and think about if the students were not, if masks were optional, Again, we would have any of the unmasked student athletes who were determined to be close contacts would have been required to quarantine. And again, with masks being optional, it just creates an additional likelihood of spread, which would mean the potential quarantine of all student athletes and the whole team, putting their season on hold for 14 days.
Dr. Powers, I may have missed it, but in your scenario to where the students are masked and no quarantine is having to be done with that situation, does that include the individual that has the symptoms as well?
The individual that's positive, yes, they would go home.
They would go home.
They are always going home, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear on that. So always, in all cases, the student who is
Positive.
symptomatic, okay.
Yeah,
They-
or symptomatic, correct.
Yeah, they always go home. Okay. And the other question that I wanted to ask, or a separate question, that I've been asked, are we reporting our results at this point on our website like we did? Okay, so that is out there. I thought it was, I just wanted to, someone asked me that.
It's updated daily on our Moore County Schools website. If you go there, it's right on the top in the
Okay.
right-hand, you COVID tracking spreadsheet.
Okay, thank you.
I wanted to ask some questions, but I wanted to wait till the end of your presentation to do it, so I'll let you go forward. Oh, you're done, okay, all right.
Perfect timing, usually.
So I'm looking at 109 cases versus roughly 13,000 students, which is 0.8% of cases and huge amount of quarantines. Now, apparently we're following DHHS guidelines, am I correct?
We are.
We're essentially following them. But those guidelines are optional. Am I also correct on that? In other words, they're recommended in the toolkit. I mean, I've read that, so.
Well, about the only thing we're doing is wearing masks, right?
Well,
We're
Trying to
following as
keep
much of
social
it as we-
distance, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we are following that as much as we possibly can.
Yeah,
because
we've
that's
opted
our-
to wear masks and we've opted
our-
to do those other
that's
things.
the
Are you
best
talking about
guidance that we have.
quarantines?
Well, the quarantining, okay, is part of the DHHS guidelines, the way we quarantine. Am I correct?
In terms of they give guidance on quarantining in terms of wearing masks appropriately and consistently and not having to quarantine if you're within 3 feet, but ultimately the decisions related to quarantines is the local health department's decision, and that is also stated.
Right. What basis does the health department have to tell us how to quarantine? Do we know that?
My understanding is that,
Maybe that's a question I need to ask legal
but
counsel.
yeah, I was gonna say,
I
that's,
believe it is.
I would hope, Dr. Grimacy, when legal counsel comes at just during our business meeting, that he can answer, or she, it could be whoever's coming in, could answer that question, because I am very, very curious about that.
I think he'll refresh our memory on it. I seem to recall, we've been through so many phases with COVID and whatnot. I think that there's an explanation we just need to blow the dust off of there and get back to. But, yeah, I'm sure we'll get his attention to that one.
Right, and there's one other thing. There are certain districts which do not quarantine, okay? Which do not have a mandatory mask policy. I understand there are not a lot, but there's still
Six now,
six. Okay.
through Friday.
Do we know what their incidence is of COVID, on COVID transmission versus a masking district? In other words, when they do mandatory masks, is our incidence lower, or is it the same as the masking optional districts? Or do we know that?
The answer is we don't know that. The closest thing that I can come up to that is I just participated in a virtual meeting with the ABC Science Collaborative today with Dr. Benjamin and Dr. Smith. And there were, those districts were invited to participate in a data gathering process to measure that, and they refused to do so.
Okay, so we don't know. And the other thing is there any difference between quarantining vaccinated students and unvaccinated students?
Yes.
What is the difference?
Any student, any fully vaccinated student or staff member, individual who is exposed is not required to quarantine as long as they remain asymptomatic.
Okay. Is it possible to create a policy here in Moore County Schools which say that every student who has had COVID-19 and has recovered would be considered vaccinated? And the reason why I say that is because what vaccines do, to my best of my understanding, is to give us antibodies to the COVID-19 virus. What the experience of the COVID-19 virus does is give antibodies to the COVID-19 virus. And I just see no reason to quarantine students who have already had COVID-19 and who have antibodies.
And that's a good point. Those students are also included. They are not required to quarantine. Anyone who's had COVID-19 within the past 90 days is not required to quarantine after an exposure.
90 days?
90 days.
90 days.
Okay, so
the antibodies would have worn off. The assumption is the antibodies would have worn off. Could you resurrect that question tomorrow when you meet
Yeah.
with?
So actually, I have some information if I could. I'll take some of your
please,
time.
please.
So, I really don't, other than posting memes that point out hypocrisy, I really don't comment a bunch on COVID-19 stuff. But there is a National Institute of Health study that they posted this year, and the executive summary has two conclusions. And they're short, I'm just going to read them. This is the National Institute of Health study on their website. The immune systems of more than 95% of people who've recovered from COVID-19 have durable memories of the virus up to 8 months after infection. That's the first, that's not 90 days, that's 8 months. The second bullet is the results provide hope that people receiving the COVID vaccine will develop similar lasting immune memories after vaccination. So right here is, and I'll send this to you.
Yeah,
I'll send it to
if you would, Mr. Henson.
Right here is the National Institute of Health saying two things, basically, that people who've had COVID and recover have great immunity to future reinfections. And two, we, the National Institute of Health, hope that our vaccines will be as effective. So I share Mr. Levy's call that we should treat, and we need to present this to the Moore County Health Department and ask them to treat people who have the antibodies the same as
If you
vaccinated.
would send that to me, I'll get it to Dr. Powers. He'll run it up the flagpole with the health department, and I'd like to share it with the ABC Science Collaborative as well.
Yeah, I've read that in several studies, that they're saying somewhere between 8 and 10 months, whether it's vaccine or, you catch COVID. And I had the same question about our students and teachers that have already received COVID, have had COVID and recovered. Because I know both when they're determining a percentage for herd immunity, that talks around 70%, but they're counting both the recoveries and they're counting the vaccinations. So I don't see any reason why there should be any difference too, and that was a question that I had on here. Between somebody who's had COVID, 90 days seems a little short to me, but anyway.
We'll follow up on it. Just a reminder, Dr. Powers does not define the strike zone. He calls balls and strikes. And so we'll talk to the people that define the strike zone.
Well, I have a degree in biology and chemistry.
Basically,
Send your resume, Mr. Dennison. We'll share that with.
But I found out 5 years after graduation that all the organic chemistry I had learned, as Father Duke told me, all that's changed now after 5 years.
But basically, what I believe is that we as a board can make the small, I believe masks should be optional, let me underline that. But assuming that that's not what the board is going to do, I still think that we as a board can act to say something like, if a child has had COVID within the past 8 months, then they should be treated as having been vaccinated. So, and in terms of quarantine.
And I'll ask the health department, I can share, where the 90 days had come from, just based on my conversations with them. They're taking that from what they get from DHHS, who is taking that from CDC.
Yeah, and-
Which is in turn taking that from what I understand, some
We'll
politics.
follow up, because we've got 3 more items on the agenda.
Quick thing, Bob, for your information, that on 8/15, there were 58 school districts who were requiring masks, and Friday, there were 109. So they must, obviously, hopefully, they're doing it for a reason.
All right, any further questions? We will be able to talk about this again next week if we really had to, or had additional questions. And Dr. Powers, if you can get back to us with the follow-ups. All right, let's move on to actually, let's take just a 5-minute break, just to get up out of the chair. Sorry, Dr. Grimsley. 5 minutes. Sorry, I keep getting texts from my family. My little grandson is sick. Okay,
Turn around and drop off.
we're going to go ahead and start back. We still have 3 items, goodness, on the agenda. So, Mr. Varath, the Aberdeen traffic flow.
Yes, sir, Carter, thank you for having me back. Talk about a topic that Mr. Holmes earlier kind of segued that would be coming eventually, and so here we are at this. So there'll be a couple of issues I'm going to present to the board and talk about here. Some of it has some history tied to it, and there's a couple of documents attached to the summary to further explain a few things. But the intersection has received great attention with the opening of school this year at NC5 and Farrell Parkway. This even increased attention when there was a minor accident where a school bus had a vehicle coming southbound on 5, hit the back quarter panel of the bus and dent it. So the intersection, just to assure everybody, has been monitored by NCDOT since the school had opened in August of 2020. And even the first week of school and the second week of school, NCDOT was periodically observing the traffic out there. The changes that were implemented to the traffic pattern out there, Mr. Hensley was out there actually the day following that this was implemented, has mitigated the congestion on NC5 at Farrell Parkway to where that intersection has what NCDOT terms full traffic movement. The changes were implemented in the dismissal on August 30th as a beta test to see if it worked, which it did, and it was implemented fully the following day for the morning and the afternoon traffic. Map of this is attached, and I'll ask Ms. Murphy to open that attachment. The last one on the bottom. There it is. It's working at my speed. Apologies. Okay, while that pulls up. The installation of a stoplight has been a topic of concern and comment throughout this planning for the school, the construction of the school, and the opening of the school this year. There was a traffic impact analysis that is done for each school project by Ramey Kemp and Associates in January 2018 that is submitted to NCDOT for review and conclusion. NCDOT concluded as a result of the TIA that its stoplight would not be permitted at that intersection due to the traffic. Both the traffic volumes, Both the town of Aberdeen and Moore County school staff throughout the process had expressed a preference for a stoplight at that intersection. The town of Aberdeen even went so far as to require that the developer of the property adjacent to the school, you may hear referred to as the Martin property, have a bond for the cost of installing a traffic light at that intersection should NCDOT permit one to be installed. Discussions with the town, NCDOT, and various Moore County school staff accumulated in a DOT reaffirmation of its position on the stoplight question in August of 2020, the memo of the meeting attached to the executive summary, and which they say that the traffic light is not warranted for installation and that it will continue to monitor the intersection and revisit their position should the conditions change to meet the standards required for the installation of a traffic signal. Moore County School Legal Counsel has confirmed again that this burden of putting in a traffic signal at the intersection is solely with NCDOT. It does not reside with Moore County Schools nor with the town of Aberdeen. Matter of fact, Moore County Schools, should one had been approved to be installed as in the TIA and DOT concurrence, we would have installed one during the construction in the school. At the superintendent's request, legal counsel is exploring whether there is an appeal process to this decision by NCDOT. However, the implementation of the change to the traffic pattern at the school has mitigated the challenge and congestion at NC5 and may not be required at this time, but in the future possibly. The sketch is up now of the flow of traffic. NC5 is on the right side of the page, running up and down, north and south. Farrell Parkway entering off of that, and Farrell Parkway currently goes to a dead end. And if you can zoom that a little bit, there you go. I think you can see the arrows now. So Farrell Parkway is a street that currently dead ends on the upper left of this sketch. That is where the bus entry lot is at the end, and you can see the bus lot with the parking spaces. Further down Farrell Parkway towards NC5, you can see where the entry point to the school campus is for the parent pickup as well as staff and visitors. The traffic pattern originally approved by NCDOT and by the TIA was traffic would turn off of NC5 onto Farrell Parkway, and then they would make that first left into the school and enter into the queuing of the drive around to the front of the school for drop-off or pickup. Buses would continue past that to the back of the site and pick up students exiting out of the cafeteria. Upon review with DOT, the school principal at the school site, it was determined that we need to utilize more of Farrell Parkway to accommodate the queuing of the parents as they came into the site, because the problem at NC5 was that parent queuing had backed all the way up Farrell Parkway to NC5, which restricted anybody on NC5 to being able to turn onto Farrell Parkway. So there, if you can imagine, cars stopped along Farrell Parkway, you're in a left turn lane waiting to turn onto Farrell Parkway, but the car's there. Even if there's an opening, there's nowhere for you to turn to, so you stay on NC5 in the turn lane. This caused traffic to continue to back up in the turn lane, which as it tapers further south on the road, impacts traffic that is desiring to pass through the intersection to continue northward, so that would stop them at that point. A similar thing happened on the north, that you had nowhere to turn if you were coming from the north-south to the parkway to turn right. You had nowhere to turn to, causing that lane to back up and eventually, again, stop traffic flowing south through the intersection. So by now opening up the queuing to go all the way down Farrell Parkway to the end, to turn onto the school campus at the bus lot, to queue around the bus lot, and to come back down Farrell Parkway, and then to get to the entry drive, and then to queue up and round to pick up drop-off, has removed all the congestion on NC5. Long explanation, but some of you weren't there. I know Mr. Hensley was there to see it that day, and so wanted to make sure you had a full understanding of that. So moving on to the police management of traffic topic.
So I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Barath, back to your point about the town council assuring that the developer of the Martin property would pay for the cost of the light.
Correct.
Okay, and that was one of the discussions when we met with the mayor and some of the board members back July 20. Okay, so my question is that DOT still has to say that a light is needed, even if the Martin people will pay for it? I know DOT, if they put it up on their own, I know DOT would pay for it. But with the developers paying for it, DOT still has to say a light is required.
That is correct.
Okay.
And that is in the attachment. DOT provided me a copy of their review
Okay.
of the development.
Yeah.
Where it states that they, again, same language, they would monitor the intersection.
Yeah.
To determine if it's needed.
Right, and they, from our meeting back in 2020, I mean, they had already looked at it a couple of different times, and they were gonna look at it again once school opened up, and we know COVID hit, so they have already monitored since school was open, even January of last year, right?
That's correct. They
Yeah.
did in August of 2020 as well as January of 2021, and again here in August of
Okay.
2021.
How often will DOT revisit to monitor to see if,
They said periodically to me. I don't have fixed
That
dates
doesn't
from them, but
mean-
they said periodically monitor the intersection.
gotcha.
Okay, let's move on.
So the,
I'd say it's reasonable. In my experience since last January, it's been about quarterly, about every three or 4 months. Is that about accurate, John?
that would be accurate, and with their offices being located off of US 1 in Aberdeen, it's easily accessible on a regular basis to them.
And I think there've been a couple of times where when we got feedback from citizens that wanted us to do it again, we asked them, and usually within a week or two, they did it, so.
Yes, they've been responsive.
Now, I don't know if Mr. Hensley wants to explain the role of Senator McGinnis in this whole thing. Otherwise, okay.
I was gonna say, no, Bob, but let's move on and let
Oh,
John
oh,
get
all
through
right,
his
and then
report.
we'll
Because
do-
we're running, we still got two big things to go.
Well, I still think that it's extremely important. I'll wait till he's finished.
So let's go ahead and let him get through.
And then,
John, just wrap up what the staff
Yep.
has done. This is a report on what staff has done, and then board members can add in. If you
Will
kind of
do.
hasten your presentation of that, would be helpful.
Will do. And so the police management of the traffic out there, the town of Aberdeen had made it clear from the beginning of planning for the new school that they did not intend to assign police officers to direct any school-based traffic-related incidents out there. And we had never requested them to do it based off of their providing us with that information. We have also concluded that our own police officers do not have cannot direct traffic on NC5 due to statutory restrictions on their jurisdiction, which is restricted mainly to only roadways that provide direct entry into the school property. In this case, it'd be from Farrell Parkway at the school entry. Legal counsel also confirmed that school system cannot assign a police officer to direct the traffic at the intersection, even under a mutual aid agreement amongst law enforcement agencies. Statute does not permit school police departments to enter into these agreements. At the superintendent's request, legal counsel is exploring if there are any other legal options that might enable our Moore County Schools police officers to have jurisdiction at that intersection. We are also evaluating the opportunity of paying the town of Aberdeen to assign any off-duty police officers to manage the intersection. And the sheriff's office has stated that typically they do not provide traffic management on roadways within municipalities. Moore County School Police did monitor the traffic in the intersection out there after the implementation of the management plan that we just discussed, and concluded that the new pattern has mitigated the need for direct police management at that intersection. The speed limit on Route 5 and signage and declaration of school zones had also been expressed to NCDOT as concerns of wanting the speed reduced from 55 miles per hour current to 45 miles per hour. NCDOT has agreed to proceed with a reduction of speed limit on NC5 from Fields Drive just south of the school all the way up to Linden Road, and changing that to 45 miles per hour. That's approximately a 4-week process. Excuse me. That includes a town of Aberdeen consenting to the change. We also requested clarification on designating school zones. The NCDOT policies and procedures permit that to happen, again, only at roadways that provide direct access to the school. That would be Farrell Parkway, which does not need a school zone declaration at this time. We also discussed with NCDOT the green signs that are placed along NC5 that say Aberdeen Elementary, arrow here, that they are small and difficult for motorists to see as they are traveling along NC5. NCDOT has said they will take a look into the matter of the size of the sign. I have not heard back at the time of this presentation to you from them on that yet. And so that concludes an update on all that. And so now, Mr. Levy, I understand you have a...
A couple of things, because I was involved, as was Mr. Holmes and Mr. Hensley, was involved in this. We got a call from parents who said that there was a giant backup and a dangerous situation at that particular intersection going into Aberdeen Elementary. And when I got down there, what I found was that there were cars backed up for about a half a mile trying to turn left into the school, and about maybe even as much as 3/4 of a mile turning right into the school. So we were extremely concerned. Now, Mr. Hensley then called Senator Tom McInnes's office within, I believe that was on a Friday or a Thursday. By that Monday, I believe it was, Senator McInnes had a representative from the DOT out there. And the representative from the DOT then made recommendations as to the queuing of the cars on Farrell Parkway. So that entire thing was worked out, and a lot of it, I think a lot of credit on this goes to the office of Senator Tom McInnes. But I'm also concerned that we can't wait for a long time before we see a reduction in the speed of 55 miles an hour in front of that school. Because there's a 55 mile an hour section in front of Farrell Parkway, but Farrell Parkway is like just a driveway going into the school. Now, we understand that there's going to be houses on Farrell Parkway at some time, but basically what it is simply a long driveway. It has no other function except to be a long driveway coming into the school. And we have people making a left-hand turn across a 55 mile an hour highway to get into that school, and that left turn is in an uncontrolled intersection. The chances of a T-bone accident are extremely high. And I just don't want to see that sort of stuff. So one of the things that I hope that we will do when we negotiate with Aberdeen with regard to that school is that they provide us with a police officer directing traffic as part of an agreement to sell them that school. Because it's a matter of safety. I'm actually concerned that we do have a couple of buses, because I've seen it, making a left-hand turn across that 55 mile an hour highway going into Farrell Parkway. And that concerns me no end. I do believe that we should explore the possibilities of all our buses trying to make, whenever possible, right-hand turns. That is a policy of United Parcel Service. And that's one of the things that they make their vans do. One of the things that we can do is have them, especially coming out of the school, is to make a right-hand turn, even if they're going left toward Pinehurst, to make a right-hand turn, another right-hand turn, another right-hand turn, and come out on, I believe it's Sandpit Road, where there is a light directing traffic. And I would hope that we would explore, as part of our bus driver training and as part of our bus driver routing, to ask our bus drivers, even if they have to go a little bit farther, not a lot farther, but a little bit farther, to make right-hand turns instead of left-hand turns. But it is still, we've gotten rid of the backup going into Aberdeen Elementary, but it's still a 55-mile-an-hour highway going into Aberdeen Elementary. And we need to have traffic control, and that seems to be on the burden of the city of Aberdeen. And quite frankly, unless they provide some traffic control there, even though it's not busy, not really busy, that simply, it still means that we've got buses and cars filled with kids making left-hand turns across an uncontrolled intersection against 55-mile-an-hour traffic during rush hour. It's extremely important that we get the town of Aberdeen to commit to putting a peace officer there to help direct traffic.
If I'm not mistaken, I think that was a topic of discussion whenever you were entering into agreements to purchase the land or whatever. Isn't that correct?
We've spelled out all the history here. Yeah, it was, there was no real discussion. They basically said they weren't going to do it. And so at that point, you know, we didn't know that we didn't have jurisdiction. So it was a while, it was sometime after that, you know, when we started thinking in terms of, okay, if they're not going to provide police coverage there, what are our options? I assumed we could just put a stoplight there. We just pay for it and put it there. But then I found out that that wasn't the case. I don't have all this in order, but we tried to summarize it in this executive summary here. And then learned that, you know, our officers couldn't have jurisdiction. At that point, DOT is saying, you know, traffic flow is going to work if everybody follows the rules, so you just basically have to get the school opened and see what happens. Last year, we were very concerned about this when all the students came back 5 days a week. It was that first week after Christmas that we had DOT out there and our own people out there watching. And at that time, it flowed pretty well, but those were different circumstances. And there are more. As you can see, Aberdeen's numbers are up by 62 this year. And so it's a growing community. And so at this point, again, Mr. Barath and I are the umpires. We've got to call balls and strikes within the strike zone as it's defined. If legal counsel says that we do not have jurisdiction and there is no means by which to get that jurisdiction under a mutual aid agreement, my only question is, can you find some way to make it work? Okay. To date, I don't have that yet.
Or the sheriff could just deputize the police.
That option.
You can't do
He
it.
can't do it?
Yeah, that option also is not available. We've gone through
Yeah.
a lot of options to the point. There can't be an assumption that the schools are always going to fix it, okay? At some point, it is a city road. We would like to help, but we cannot help, okay? We can't put a light there. We can't put an officer there. We'd be willing to do it. We can't even enter into a mutual agreement where we can have our officers deputized as of current legal interpretation. As you can see in the executive summary, I've asked, you know, for us to continue to look at that. The only other option that's available to us is that we come into some sort of agreement where we pay the town of Aberdeen to do that. There's been a cost that's been thrown around, but at this point, we haven't been able to make progress with that because this is just a week old, you know, we've been working on this. We have not previously looked at paying their officers to direct traffic there. And that's obviously something that we can look at now. But we're also trying to get the speed limit reduced. We're trying to look at getting the signs increased. We've just re-engineered the traffic. You know, it's been 1 week. We've gotten a lot done in just 1 week.
Or maybe the town of Aberdeen wants a school. And maybe that's part of the price. Maybe that's an intangible price that they're willing to pay in order to get that school. Maybe if we hang tough, we'll get ourselves a traffic cop.
You know, might also note that there are guidelines about it having to be the direct access road to the school. don't really hold true to the old Aberdeen Elementary campus, because the school zone was posted on US 1, but that's not the direct access road. It's from the side road. And they were providing.
So they made
policemen there.
that's a good point, Madam Chair. They made an exception there. And so we might go back and ask them as to how that exception could be made there, so.
We did discuss that,
Okay,
very
go ahead.
fact with them, and they said that is just their procedure, and for doing it, he said there are situations where they could evaluate and doing something different. It's not a dead issue. They just said, this is what our procedure and policy states. Not a dead issue like most of these. Speed limit, again, they're going through a process, so hopefully within the next 4 to 5 weeks, signs will be changed and they'll be enforceable 45 miles per hour. Just like with the directional signs out there, same thing.
All right, well, thank you.
Mr. Hensley.
Did you have something to add, or are we ready to move on?
I'm good.
All right, let's move on. Curriculum resources.
Yeah, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you for those who were out there protesting in the light of dawn. Good job.
Dr. Locklear, will you have friends this time?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, sir.
So Dr. Locklear and friends.
Everybody's got a friend, all right.
Got Ms. Gephardt and Ms. Fay. And as promised, I thought we were going to offer a expanded version of what we've been able to do with our our public-facing curriculum resource website. But because of some very hard work on the part of some very good people, we actually have a pretty much completed product. And we are very proud of it and happy to show it off and to introduce it to the community.
Thank you, sir. Madam Chair, board members, as we've noted over the course of a few months, we wanted to bring just a quick update to you. One of the, what we've continued to revise since your last meeting in August on the social studies information page, which we'll bring up in just a moment, but also give Ms. Gephardt the opportunity to take you through a little test drive of the curriculum, forward-facing public curriculum resources website. And so Ms. Gephardt's going to take you through that. That was opened up as a public-facing website as of the end of business on Friday. So, and if you've had a chance to glance at it, certainly, I don't want to beat you to the punch, but certainly a lot of kudos goes to Ms. Gephardt and her team and the teachers who worked on that. So we're going to jump right in and just very quickly, and Donna, are you going to drive?
I'm gonna drive.
She's going to
I'm gonna
drive. All right, to the social studies standards webpage.
Maybe. Where's,
Is the mouse working?
The mouse is not wanting to cooperate, is it?
The mouse is dead.
There we go.
there we go, there we go. It likes you better.
I'll drive.
There you go.
So it's right off of our website. You can click. It brings up our new social studies standards. If you will recall that we put this information together in concert and collaboration with our communications department to have this information in one place so our parents and community could go to see information around the new social studies standards that were approved by the State Board of Education and Department of Public Instruction. So you go here, tells you to click. You click there. It opens up all the background and the information. So there's an intro paragraph talking about what was passed by the state board and then what you as a board decided to do, which is use our last year's curriculum, K-8, and then at the high school level for any classes that we needed to complete the graduation sequence and graduation requirements that we would be teaching those this year, which include 2 courses. We got some feedback. Let's put those courses as the very first thing people see, the new curriculum on those 2 courses. We got some feedback on that. And so we tweaked that from the last time you've seen this website. You see the civic literacy there. And now we've added the world history. I think we noted that at your August board meeting that was coming very soon. So when you scroll down, again, you see the resources from the State Department of Public Instruction. We then have the survey or Google form that parents or community members, if they choose, can give us some feedback or put a question there. Since this was opened up in August, we've had 2 folks that have entered into there, both concerns about CRT, their view of CRT being shown in the standards and political perspective there. And we've reviewed that and looked at that. As you continue, now the mouse stopped working on. As you continue to scroll down, there we go. It has all the PowerPoints, et cetera, that we presented through several board meetings. So just wanted to quickly show you that. And we want to go back to the main page, Donna.
If we would.
And as we're transitioning to show the Curriculum Resources website, I also got some questions about how we celebrate Constitution Day in Moore County schools. Just want to quickly share with the board, and we'll look to share maybe a little more information in the board update. But September 17th is Constitution Day. That's been on the books as law to celebrate for many, many years. And each year for Constitution Day, Miss Fay and our team, they always share out and emphasize the celebration of this day through resources and different curriculum resources that we've shared out in the past. The team's always looking for new resources that may be out there from various verified sites that would be great resources across the K-12 spectrum. But we also want to note that we don't just celebrate the Constitution on the National Constitution Day. That's woven and weaved into our standards across the curriculum, and so that's certainly something that we emphasize throughout the year. So I just wanted to note that. I think that was the questions Dr. Grimacy shared that it came up, and I just wanted to note how we celebrate that and push that out every year as a reminder. So, Ms. Gephardt, take us through the site.
So, very excited, and I first want to say I thank our teachers because all of this hard work that you're going to see in our curriculum documents is a direct response of our teachers. Our teachers come together for the week in the summer, and I will tell you they spend a lot more time than just the week in the summer working on these curriculum documents, and you'll see that momentarily. As you recall from our process, this is an ongoing process. We come back and review our curriculum every summer. But I'm very excited. This was a huge piece that we've really worked hard on. So if a parent wanted to see curriculum, they would go to our Moore County School website and go to academics. If they scroll over to curriculum and scroll down to curriculum instruction, you will see the third item down, the Moore County curriculum documents. So when I click on Moore County curriculum documents, I land on a landing page that says click here for our new curriculum documents. When I click that, maybe, there we go. So this is where all of our K-5, 6, 8, and 9, 12 documents are housed. Parents can go right down and click, and I'm going to just walk us through a 3-5, or a K-5 one. I'm going to look at a third grade example, but you could take a deep dive into any of these. I just picked third grade because it's a great, I've been working a lot with third grade this week, so it was the time that third grade was on my mind. When I look at math, if I click under on the math line, so if I'm a third grade parent, I'm a parent of a third grade student, I want to see what math my child is learning. So the first thing that's going to come up is I'm going to be coming to the Moore County School pacing. And on that pacing, there are all what I can expect week 1, 2, 3, 4. And you see there's a span there so that it gives our teachers flexibility. And then we've got resources. So if I click here on NC, and I'm going to go down to the drive. You can see I'm not a very good driver.
Mouse is not cooperating.
It's not. I should have brought my mouse pad up. So this is what our teachers see. This is to help them with their instructional planning. They come up and they have the learning targets. Let me see if I can get it to drive over here. I think we've lost the mouse, Tim.
I held my nose right. So
There you go. There we go. So if we scroll down, and you'll see we've got unpacking, we've got backwards map, we've got some tier 2 interventions, we've got some examples for our teachers. If you scroll on down, you'll see there in our math. Can you keep scrolling?
Yeah.
There we go, perfect. Scroll on down, see again more examples. Then we get into some whole group instruction, so you'll see a whole group mini lesson We've got tools for teachers, we've got Engage New York, we've got our Big Ideas Math. So we've tried to give teachers lots of resources to choose from. We've given them some suggestions for small group instruction so that when they're pulling those students for those interventions to help with skills that they need. And then we've got some formative assessments. So as a parent, I see exactly some of the things that my child may need in order to do math. So Dr. Locklear, if you'll drive us back to 3rd grade reading. So I want to see what my child's doing in reading. So again, I go down and click on the ELA. You'll again see what comes up is sort of standard regardless of which content area. You'll see the pacing.
Look at it again.
There you go.
I have to say, I love the icons.
I
Icons that are up there, they're great.
the better.
that
Come over here.
Okay, so quarter one, if Dr. Locklear will click on quarter one, you'll see that the pacing comes up for 3rd grade, the week by week, week 1, week 2, week 3, and then week 4, 5, 6. Scroll on down, Dr. Locklear, you'll see, keep going. You'll see that now I get into, if I want to look at the focus standards, I see RL1, 2, and RL1, 3, and RI1 are focus standards. Dr. Locklear, if you would click on RL3. Again, what's going to come up is our pacing that,
That's one that didn't.
yeah, that was, I'm not sure what happened there. This is why we tried to go through this. Click on let's see if this one. Nope. I hope we haven't lost this one because it worked earlier. So scroll on down. We'll look at and we'll work on clicking on and making sure that those are unlocked. Yeah, we'll work on that. Yeah. So
This is
scroll on
live
down.
television.
This is live. It is. But here's what's important. So we'll work on making sure all that's clicked. But if Dr. Locklear scrolls on down, you can see our support for our teachers with our supporting standards, our focus standards. And if he scrolls on down, we're going to find pieces of text that are suggested, writing opportunities, listening opportunities, vocabulary that we need to look at. And keep scrolling, Dr. Locklear, and you're going to see, keep going down a little bit more. You'll see that those are our focus standards. We've got fluency and phonics. We've got all of our areas covered there. So again, a very big support for our teachers that our teachers created this summer. Dr. Locklear, if you'll go back out and then let's look a little bit at our science. So once I want to see what my kids are doing in science, and I'm going to look at, if you'll click on the property of science of point 3.2 over on this 2.2, yep, right in there. You'll see again, hopefully it's going to work this time. Going to keep our fingers crossed. So you'll see our unit pacing, our power standard, our supporting standards. And then as Dr. Locklear scrolls down, you'll see essential vocabulary. You'll see some essential questions that are there. And then as teachers work this summer, and they will continue to add to this, remember I said this is an ongoing document. Science we took a huge swing at, so we do have continue to add stuff there, things, technology, games, and so forth, and misconceptions. So you can see we've got a very, very deep piece of support for our teachers. And then if we look at social studies, we're going to look at Unit 1, which are going to be our 5 themes of geography. So Dr. Locklear is going to click right up there in the first quarter under 5 themes of geography. So we know that this is going to be our first unit. And you'll see, again, the extensiveness where we've got the pacing there, the standards that covers, the I can statements that are all there. Scroll on down, Dr. Locklear, you'll see what do I know, what do I want kids to understand, what should they be able to do as a result of the understanding of the 5 themes of geography. And then that essential vocabulary, which we know is critical for our students. Those that are highlighted, take to theme documents. And then if you look, there's some recommended literature selections with this, recommended ideas. So all of our teachers work together, and you can see this is a lot of work for our teachers this summer with all of our curriculum units, as well as some common formative assessment opportunities, map skills, reading work. So this goes through all of our grade levels. The depth to this is so exciting and is truly a strong resource for our teachers. I will tell you, when the site was down, or as we were transitioning over, I won't tell you how many teachers we got phone calls from. So it is a well-used site, but now we're very excited to share this with our parents and our community.
And the social studies can be accessed through the link that says New Social Studies Standards for those that are particularly interested in that. But also, anybody can get at social studies through the main
Yes,
portal that we have. With the areas that are still under construction, is there any way to indicate the words under construction? Because a lot of people, we have yellow. I notice where there's yellow.
Yes.
There might be some signal to any visitors that this is still under construction.
We
I
will
think
definitely
people will
put
understand that.
we
yeah.
will put under construction on the bottom tab. And I will also say, with the social studies, we had some recommendations for our world history. And if you look on the world history, under pacing, you will see that it was revised as of 8/17. So as we said, as we make revisions and go forward, we will make sure we change that and make that note in the footnote.
Just kudos for all of the hard work. I mean, you can look at it. I actually was able to go in and navigate a little bit through, and it was exciting for me not to even, I'm not an educator, I'm a, parent, used to be, long time ago with my kids, but the parents who want to drill down to see exactly what is being taught day to day, the information is right there at their fingertip. So kudos to your team and to all of our educators who has been a part of this.
I want to echo that. This is exactly what we have, and I don't know of any other school district that has it, to where a parent can actually look and see exactly what his or her child is being taught week by week, and also the supporting documents and the like. Not to take away from any of that, I do notice that when you go, because I'm anxious to be able to make this easy for parents to get to. And I do notice that when you go into the Moore County Schools main website, that the way you access this is by going to these 3 lines which are up above. Can you go to the main Moore County Schools website? Yeah. Now, other than announcements, which has the social studies stuff in it, the way you have to get to this is you have to know that those 3 lines up above, which bring down a table, will actually get you to it. And more than that, when I go to the Moore County Schools website and I simply look at the word curriculum, I don't get to this. So I would hope. Pardon?
Is it different on the phone versus here? Because I don't see 3 lines.
I don't either.
Okay, to get that drop-down menu, how do you get to that?
Under
Can you
academics.
put,
And then curriculum.
It must be different on the phone, I wonder.
maybe it is different on my phone. I've no idea. But you look at.
it is.
Well, no, to bring the drop-down menu up. Just get rid of the drop-down menu. Yeah, now, how do I get to that drop-down menu? Okay, that says academics up on top? Is that what it is? Well, maybe it's different on my phone
If you
here.
hit that, you'll see it.
No, I noticed that, but it just doesn't say what it is. Okay, so maybe it's different on my phone. And one other thing for the world history site, I know I had written a memo to you with regard to that. And I don't want to take away anything of this, a marvelous world history course. It really is, and shows a lot of work. I would like to see and talk to your people about it. Looking at the place of the United States within world history. Now, I do understand that there's a tendency in a world history course to say, well, you're going to go through United States history in at least 2 other subjects. So we don't want to dwell on United States history when we're dealing with world history. But sometimes it's very, very important for students to know where they're grounded within the world in and of itself. So that, for instance, when there are many revolutions which are noticed on your list of world history topics, you have the Russian Revolution, the French Revolution, and the like. The American Revolution should probably be in there, not to extensively look at the Townsend Acts or the Boston Massacre or anything like that, but to also understand that along with when we look at various Holocausts around the world, from Rwanda to the Holocaust of World War II, that we also might want to look at the Trail of Tears within that milieu. So it's not, it almost seemed, in looking at that world history course, that it almost seemed like we wanted to totally exclude anything that happened in the United States, and maybe that's a little oversimplification. But just
Let's
just perhaps talking about that is, I think, important. Okay.
send them another email.
Okay.
That way, that'll be good. I just want to know if we have applied for a copyright. And I'm serious about that. That's, every school system in the state is going to be having to post curriculum.
That's right.
And
But within the next
we've
2
done-
years, the legislature will make sure everybody.
you folks have done the work already, and we don't need to have somebody else just take it. Yeah, it is mandatory to post curriculum, so,
But by the way,
amazing. And the English
you're
parts
saying
are
that just, you're
incredible.
saying that just in passing, but I believe it is a very important idea, and that perhaps that software could somehow be copyrighted, whatever you did.
It's amazing. I did take the time on all the English classes and look through them on the high school level, and goodness gracious, the guidelines it provides for a new teacher coming in, or for an older teacher who maybe just needs to freshen it up. They've gotten into a rut, teaching the same thing over and over, forgetting that they're omitting something major. Just beautifully done.
Well, I think too, when you have your planning periods with your grade level, this is such a huge access, especially with all the books, because you guys can actually plan and be like, okay, we're reading this book, I'm gonna read it first, and then spread it around to the other kindergartners or whatever teacher you are. I think that's just wonderful too, because then you're not trying to find the book and who has it and what's going on, and I think this is just awesome. It's really
I
awesome.
also hope parents will have just a little bit of recognition of the flexibility that has to come along. Although it says you're doing it in week 16, maybe your class wasn't quite ready. And so you're going to have to repeat some things from weeks 13 and 14 before you can get to 15 and 16. And I hope they'll understand that snow days play an impact, and having a class out for COVID may have played an impact, and things along those lines that could have slowed the students' progression. So hopefully they will bear with our teachers just a little bit longer to make this work out. But beautifully done.
Yeah, thank you.
This is, you are all to be congratulated.
And our
This is
teachers.
fantastic.
Teachers, it
Yes.
is all our teachers.
Deserves applause.
Yes,
They do, they deserve applause. We don't pay them, they work really hard on that.
please give our thanks and compliments to everyone involved.
And with that, y'all can go, and we're going to move on. Thank you again.
We love to see Andrew.
All right, we'll move on to Mr. Cox.
And Madam Chairman, I don't know why, I recommended that we end with this presentation. But, you know.
Finance is great.
The facts of finance are first in our hearts, and because nothing else happens without it, but
And I hope you've made note of all the things Mr. Levy wants us to increase payments on, so, in the course of today's meeting.
I believe we need to to go to those county commissioners and tell them that we need some more money for certain things. Yeah.
Right, before I get started on my update, I just want to respond to a question that was made. We estimated to the county 12,500. The state projected us at 12,750, or 747, I think was the actual number.
Not
So we're
bad.
coming in very close to what the state projected us at. So with that said, I'll move on to my.
But whereas in the past, when that has happened and we've been below that number, we've ended up having to give up money.
So if they miss the number, I'll say if they miss the number and you're greater than 2% or 100 students, in our case, 2% because it's greater than 100 with the number we have, we will have to give back half of what we missed it by. So we're right at what they projected.
So we won't get more state dollars, but we won't lose what the state has allocated.
If we are over by 2%,
Yes.
we can apply to them for additional dollars. If we hold where we are now, we won't be greater than 2% to apply for additional dollars from the state.
So we need a few more.
But we'll just have to watch how that plays out when the actual numbers are finalized. So just want to go over an update for fiscal year 22 budget. It has not been finalized yet or brought to the board yet. With some things that we know and some things that we don't know. What you do know, the commissioners approved their budget for Moore County Schools, total of $31.85 million. That does include $750,000 for each, the digital learning fund and the capital expense. Operating dollars are $30,350,000. So we know that. What we don't know is what our state budget will be. The things that we do know, that the Senate passed their version, I think it was the end of June, beginning of July. And here are just some highlights of what they had in there that impact finance significantly. Their retirement rate they had is 22.27. We're at 21.6 currently, so not a full percentage up, but a significant amount up for employment. Hospitalization, they proposing $7,046. We're at $6,300 per employee. That's a $700 increase per employee there. Salary increases, the one thing I do like about the Senate budget, their salary increases are the same for everybody, no matter what category they are this year, which doesn't happen very often. And they did throw in a $13 an hour minimum wage for school district employees. The bonuses that they have in there, it varies. It's not consistent. And again, that's just the Senate version, just to make sure everybody knows what the legislative process is. You have, or for the budget process, one chamber leads, they pass it, goes to the next chamber. They offer their version, then they typically have to come back for the whole General Assembly to agree on a budget because they're going to have differences. And then after they agree, it's got to go to the governor, whether he will sign it or not. And I'm kind of jumping ahead on my points down there. So the House recently passed their version here in August. Their retirement rate's 22.88, significant, almost 1% more than the Senate. Hospitalization is very similar. Their salary increases are all over the board depending on what your classification is. But again, similar to Senate, they did pass their version passes a $13 per hour minimum wage for school employees. Their bonuses vary. The reason I put bonuses in there is because last year I think there was one bonus for certified employees that they said the state would pay for all employees regardless of funding source. Both of these budgets right now, the way they're written, I believe there's one bonus that they will cover all employees, and there are 2 or 3 bonuses that they only cover state employees. So that'll be a direct impact to our local budget for us to cover our local teachers and federally paid teachers. So that's why I have that in there and highlight that. The bonuses that they're proposing are not, they're not planning to cover the funding for all those bonuses, although they're in there. I explained a little bit about the process in reading an article, I believe it was a day or two ago, It sounds like we will not have a conference budget until close to the end of September. At that point, it will have to go to the governor for him to choose to sign, let it become law without signature, or veto. If it goes to veto, we continue to operate under the 2018 continuing budget resolution and many bills where there will be no increases, no changes to the state budget until there's some type of resolution. So that's what we know and what we don't know about our state budget so far. We presented this slide before, or a portion of this slide. This is our anticipated fixed cost increases. Implementing the classified scale, 1.1 million. I have a revised over there as a question mark because of the $13. If the $13 minimum gets passed, essentially implementing classified scale increase. You could argue either way. Still 1.1 to move it to where we were, but it may increase with a $13 minimum hour, $13 per hour minimum wage. Our fixed cost increases, we projected 3% for certified, 1% for classified, estimated retirement at 23%, and hospitalization at $6,500. You saw on that previous slide, both in the House and Senate version, those numbers differ. We estimated $365,000 impact. It could be less, it could be more, just depending on what the final state budget is. And then our other projected fixed cost increases, the main thing of that, to Mr. Levy's point, that's our supplement. If the state increases the certified scale at 3%, for us to maintain an 8% certified supplement, it would be, the majority of that's $195,000. So if you wanted to look at increasing the supplement more, just think about what the numbers would be there. Projected charter growth, that doesn't change because that's not dependent on state funding. That is mandated, our local funding. The only thing that would change that amount is if charters have more growth than we anticipated when we presented the budget previously. So that's why I have those numbers the same. And I put the teacher and staff bonuses in here. We didn't project anything for teacher and staff bonuses. But based on the two House and Senate versions, they are putting some teacher and staff bonuses in there that they're only going to cover state, which I mentioned, so it will be a direct impact to our local funding. So we ultimately don't know what the final fixed cost increases are going to be until a state budget is passed. Our projected numbers were just under $2 million. So where do we go from here? We talked about fund balance previously. We haven't finalized our audit for this year. At the end of last year, in the slides previously, we had about a $2.6 million fund balance in our Fund 2. We're estimating that fund balance to increase between $5 to $5.5 million once our audit is finalized. As you know, the board resolution currently has a minimum fund balance of $2 million and a maximum of $4 million, which we use as a cash flow because of delayed reimbursements from federal government, primarily to cover the costs that we don't get because they're on a different fiscal year. So what we plan to do when we bring back a budget is to assign $2 million of that $5.5 million fund balance to cover those known fixed costs, which may change. Once that state budget is passed, we may have to change that number, but that's what we're looking at this point to do.
Now, what that's going to do is that's going to essentially pay for any additional costs which we have so that the county would simply pay us the same amount of money and would use our fund balance to take care of the rest. Is that the idea?
So the county stays level where they are. They passed their budget. They said this is what we're going to give you. So any costs above that, yes, we have to use our fund balance to cover those costs.
Like that, $2 million, and it's gonna be more by the time they get finished.
It probably will be more by the time we get finished.
And you get more into more details.
Yes, right.
Screen
And
slides, yeah.
this is a slide that we presented before, the emerging funding cliff. We show what our fixed cost increase are over the next couple of years, what they total into fiscal year 23. total of $4.1 million in fixed costs. And again, this was presented at June 7th, school board work session on the emerging funding cliff. So what that $2 million does for us, it gives us time to actually put in a plan in place instead of having to just throw something together to mitigate the loss of funding, or maybe not loss of funding, but the lack of funding from the county to cover those fixed cost increases. So you see here, this top section adds in that $2 million at the bottom. So over the next few years, when you add in ESSER 1, ESSER 2 and 3 funding, plus the $2 million of fund balance, we have $6.2 million to offset fixed cost increase to maintain current staffing levels. The bottom part is that emerging funding cliff where we talked about, and because of that additional $2 million, we won't be in the hole till fiscal year 23, but it gives us 2 years to actually put a plan into place instead of having to do everything next year. So we can have a thoughtful approach to how we want to reduce those fixed costs, or lobby the commissioners to show them the need for additional funding and the need to be able to provide those services for our students. So that just shows how this $2 million will delay a little bit and give us time to plan, have a thoughtful approach to reducing those expenditures. And then one thing that I know Mr. Levy has mentioned several times that I just want to bring forward, the new requirement in the ESSER 3 plan for maintenance of equity. And what it says, if there is a per pupil reduction in combined state and local funding, you have to make sure you don't disproportionately reduce the per pupil funding or FTEs at these low-income schools. And we know that based on us going from 12.4 to 12.8, there is going to be a significant per pupil reduction at the local level since the county held us at the same level of funding. So in order for this not to apply to us, the state's going to have to give a significant amount of dollars, which don't know if that'll happen or not. Most of the time, your additional dollars from the state comes in the form of benefits, where they increase the benefit, the hospitalization retirement rate, where they give you more money. It's not more money for additional programs.
Will we then have to shift money from our other schools to our Title I schools? Is that what's going to be necessary?
We won't necessarily have to shift. Well, we could. We'll have to do a thoughtful approach to look at how we reduce our staffing and our programs to make sure we stay within our budget. But again, we can't disproportionately reduce anything at those low-income schools.
But you can do it proportionately.
Yes. Correct. Yes. Sir.
And
Maybe more for them than the others.
have we explored, I know the county was looking at what to do with their equivalent of ESSER funds. Have we explored with Mr. Vest the ability to fully fund those low-income schools in using their ESSER funds? It may not be called ESSER funds for the county. I have no idea what it's called. But they're getting a substantial amount of money. And we may need that money because of our to keep our per pupil funding up in our Title I schools. Do you follow me?
Yeah,
Yes.
I think the answer to the question is no. We have not engaged in conversations with Mr. Vest on that. When the commissioners approved their budget in June, that's sort of the last word until the next budget process. So there may be informal conversations that take place, but without authorization, with some sort of formal request from the school board, we don't engage in those kinds of conversations.
I seem to remember, Dr. Grimacy, that last year we came up with a few additional requests, which I believe that they granted. So,
Yeah, we came up, we'll be an example.
Pardon?
What was an example of that?
Oh, I don't know, but I believe, I mean, I don't want to get into it, but I believe someone showed up at the board meeting and said we need certain additional monies and not to worry, the school board would authorize it. In other words, it was supplemental money in addition to our in addition to our budget. Am I incorrect on that?
I don't I don't recall.
Okay, well, I could be totally incorrect.
If you find it, send it to me.
I'll
If-
just-
Jog my
I think
memory
I
on
could
that.
I think I could jog your memory, but I just don't want to do it.
Yeah, whatever,
know there was some-
I just like to remember how I asked, because if it was successful, I'd like to ask it that way again.
I don't know of any operations funding that went back to the county where they granted. The only thing that I'm aware of is some of the capital,
Well, that's basically what I'm talking about.
where they said
In the
they
middle-
had.
Not
they had capital-
reoccurring, nothing that was a reoccurring.
No, nothing recurring. It was some of the, thank you, bond interest money, that they approved, for certain projects.
Oh,
Well,
the
I
two
guess-
point,
I
But
guess-
no
2.1
operations
million.
money.
I guess all
Yes,
I'm
sir.
saying is, just because it's in the middle of the year, we have to give them our budget when in June or whenever we do it, and the fiscal year doesn't start till October, so we never really know in June what we're getting in October. So it almost seems natural, especially if the county has additional funds that it's gotten through the federal government, to make up for some of those problems. I guess I'm saying, it doesn't hurt to ask.
And last we heard, or last I heard was, the county was developing a plan, or was gonna put together a plan for their, American Recovery, plan dollars that they were getting.
No, I know the county is gonna do it. I guess what I'm saying is, we should be in there saying, remember us.
Yeah, I just for the record, though, I want to make it clear, that was a capital expense, and that was the 2.1 million, and that came after an extended period of interaction between the two boards. That wasn't just something the county manager and I went out to lunch and decided to do.
No, I
It took a
wouldn't
long
imagine,
time
I
to
wouldn't
get-
imagine that would happen that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we've been asking every year for the 11 years I've been on here for the council.
Well,
I can add as to the recovery money for the county, there was a long article in the Pilot on Sunday that detailed what it could be used for, and I don't believe schools appeared on their list.
Well, but I guess what I'm saying is that we need to lobby to add schools to the list.
On the they're not on the approved list.
No, well, I
the
understand.
state- from the
I
federal
understand. Well, I
government.
wanna, I wanna get approved. But
That
there's
we
some,
can
some,
concur.
some other things that I also wanna do is not lose sight of the need in the next year or the next 2 years to look at grades 4 and 5 and seeing to it that we can get the same pupil-teacher ratio in grades 4 and 5 that we have in grades 1 through 3. And that will go a long way to raising our achievement level.
One quick comment. 11 years I've been sitting here, we've never had a budget before school starts. I would like for us to consider sending a resolution to Berger and Moore to ask them, what the heck is going on? You can't get your budget here. And I'm happy to talk to Leanne and see if I can get the School Board Association to have all the districts do the same thing.
Are there other questions for Mr. Cox? Mr. Henson?
On the classified staff salary, one quick question. It's already implemented, even though we haven't quite figured out how we're gonna pay for it, but it's implemented starting this academic year, right?
The classified scale was implemented July 1, yes, sir.
Okay, and then, to the best of my recollection, this million we're trying to find to pay for that covers both the locally funded and the state funded, correct? Because we want to give them all a raise, even though the state
State
previously
funding
wasn't.
didn't increase for it, so yes, it's
It covers
total
both.
cost for us, yes, sir.
So keep in mind, and I'm sure you guys have already thought of this, is if the state's gonna do a $13 an hour minimum wage, that is not gonna have to be a one-for-one offset. They're gonna cover some of that raise that we already promised our people.
Correct.
So that's actually good news. We just have to make up the locally funded part. And then, two other observations on that. One is, keep in mind that if the floor becomes $13, then we got to adjust everyone up within some range, right? You can't have, right? So.
And that's conversations that we're already having, how to do that without,
Right, and at some point that fades out because, it just becomes bigger dollars. And then finally, we really do need to endeavor as a board, it obviously is not going to happen this year, but we really ought to endeavor to get everyone up to $15 an hour minimum wage.
and that's and I didn't mention that, but in both, I believe, the House and Senate version, their intention is for the following year to go to $15 an hour. Again, will they budget pass that the General Assembly puts together? I say, will it pass? Will the governor sign a budget the General Assembly puts together? We'll just have to wait and see. Yeah.
Or maybe we can use our existing raise money, when the state gives us more money, to further raise, especially our bus drivers, to a slightly higher wage than even the $13 an hour. Immediately, especially if they're freeing up money that we've already allocated to raises. Just a thought.
Mr. Cox, one additional question. The recent information from the federal government about money, or maybe it was to the state, and the state says they're going to set aside for food service workers. Will we obviously be applying for our portion of this?
So, John sent me an email from Jan. Finance officers have just been told that it's going into place. We don't have any details, how it's going to be allocated out, if it's going to be in a application process at this point or not. The state board just approved it last Wednesday, I believe. So that information has not come out to us, how we will get that money, if we have to apply for it, if it's going to be like the other ESSER money where we've got to apply to the federal programs area, more of just a technicality of applying or what. But once we get that information, we'll let you know. And if it is an application process, we'll definitely apply for it and work with John and Jan and her staff to make sure we get as much as we can.
Yes, the information I saw indicated it might be based on the number of students you had within your school system, obviously, would make a difference. But I did run into a food service worker working her second job the other day, and she recognized me and said she just wanted to send a thank you to the whole board for implementing the classified salary scale, that it meant a lot. All right, other questions for Mr. Cox at this point? All right, seeing none, then thank you, Mr. Cox. And at this time, I'll ask, are there any board comments?
None here.
Just want to, I'm sorry. I do think we need to recognize, we're coming up on September the 11th, and for 9/11, and I think we need to recognize the sacrifices that have been made for these past 20 years by all our men and women in uniform. And so we need to be especially appreciative of that, as well as looking at Constitution Day, and think about the the privilege and the great honor, not just to be involved in our democracy and to serve on the school board, and to be giving equal opportunity to all our students, regardless of race or color or ethnicity. That's something that I think we're finding out is very rare in this world. And so we ought to be proud of that, especially as we approach this September 11th milestone.
Thank you. And it's very difficult with today's students because 9/11 for them is as long ago as Kennedy's assassination. And I hate to say that, but, when you stop and think about it, how do you explain 9/11 to a 5-year-old? It's a very difficult process. My daughter and I were talking about that, and she has an 8-year-old, and she said, how do I explain to her 9/11? Because she's seeing things about it. And it is do you? I would love to have it. I would love to have it. Okay. Because it is well, she's third, but we can make use of that, yeah. But anyway, I would appreciate that. But it is a difficult thing, and one we don't want them to forget, but they've got to understand it first, so. All right, with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.